Howdy, folks, and welcome to Saturday Night Special. Yeah, we're talking about Snub Nose 38s. No, not really. um, no, I was sitting here at home and not doing much, and asked Donna, "Hey, it'd be okay if I did a Saturday night, did a show tonight after dinner?" She said, "Sure, go ahead." So here we are. Um, you know, I know it's very, very short notice, like 5 minutes short notice, but here we are. We've got one viewer out there. Go ahead and uh, let us know who you are if you want to. If not, that's okay too. I don't.
No, that's a song by The Who, not Leonard Skinner.
Right.
Sorry, you said Saturday Night Special.
It's Charles. How you doing, Charles? Glad you're here. I'm sure we'll get some of the other folks to drop by also. Um, Actually, both Reese and I are doing our own thing with computers right now. He is tearing stuff out of and rebuilding a computer. Go for it Painting is also here. Hello, howdy, sir. Welcome, or ma'am. I don't know which you are. I don't want to make any. I don't want to make any assertions there. But he's tearing out. Reese is tearing out a computer or parts on a computer tower, and I'm assuming putting new parts into said computer tower.
Yes.
Sean Hudson is here also. Hello, sir. That is a new name to me. Welcome. Glad you showed up. This is not one of our normal shows by any means. We're just going to be sitting here and just talking about just random ass shit. And while we are both, well, for now, both working on computers, I am cleaning the shell of what I think is one of the most beautiful computers that ever been built, the G4 iMac. This is the 15-inch model. Let's see. Charles says, I can take a computer apart, but I can't put it back together. Wait, I'm not supposed to use a hammer. Hammer's normally not the tool of choice when working on computers, to be honest. And I'm cleaning the shell of this. It has had some bad interface with some pets. So, here I am. So I've been putting together the idea for what is semen. And for those uninitiated, what a semen is my submarine veneer, Cold War submarine veneer over what a tanker. And something I was thinking about is in what a tanker, how movement is done is when you use the one die to move, you roll 2d6 to see how far you move, right? Well, in a tank that makes sense because when you move in a tank, you as soon as the threads stop moving, you stop moving. There's no carryover, right? So you're not always moving, and in fact, you have to stop moving to fire. Not so much with a sub. You cannot stop on a dime in a sub. You can barely you can't even stop in the length of your boat when you go from a normal cruising speed to no power. You're going to drift. So what I was thinking is that one allows you to change your speed. So You no matter what, you were always moving at your base rate, which would be say 5 inches, right? I can either go to flank, which would be 8 inches, or I could uh, go to a slower speed, which is 2 inches, and you continue at that speed until you use another one to make another speed change. So I think that's going to be the best route there.
I like that.
I think. Um,
I like that a lot.
and then torpedoes are just going to be. They're going to cruise at like I think 9 inches. I think will be good. So yeah, I think it's going to be good. So I'm going to have two games at uh, J3 in to test. I'm going to have my Cold War veneer of bigger battles, and I will have What a Seaman, the Cold War subs for What a Tanker.
I really wish I was there to play those.
If it goes over well, they will be played more. Trust me.
Well, and What a Seaman sounds like it could be played virtually pretty well too.
Probably so. Yeah. Well, I mean, if What a Tanker can be played virtually.
Well, the subs are bigger than tanks. That's what I'm.
Yeah. Yeah. They're even easier to see, right?
Right. Is my cable noises too loud or anything?
No, you're fine. We're not. I'm not hearing anything out of you, so you're all good.
Well, that's good. Whoops. That piece has got to be taken off.
Okay, hold on here. Now, I've also come up with the way how I'm handling the torpedoes.
Okay.
So a 1 is movement, 2 is sonar acquisition, 3 is fire solution, aim, 4 is fire, 5 is reload.
Okay.
Now, the thing is that you don't have to reload until you run out of all of your tubes. So, like on the 688 class, the Los Angeles, they've got 6 forward tubes, right? So I can fire 6 torpedoes before I have to reload. A reload will only reload 1 torpedo, though, which makes sense because they're big, heavy, and ungainly, right?
I like this. I like where this is going.
Secondly, I can only have 2 torpedoes in the water per ship because what's going to happen is each time you activate a sub, if that sub has torpedoes in the water, that you have to roll it's going to be a 2-hit roll, like you would if you were rolling to hit in What a Tanker. But what this is doing is it is representing how the submarine or how the torpedo actively pings with its own sonar, tracking tracking the target, right? So what'll happen is I have fired a torpedo. I'm in a 688. I've fired a torpedo at an Oscar 2. Um, and the range thing still stands. If I'm under 36 inches, it's a 6 or better. If it's over 36 inches, it's a 7 or better. So as soon as I fire, I have to roll to make sure it acquires. Okay. If it does not acquire, it immediately goes into the torpedo immediately goes into a search function. And what that means is it will turn 45 degrees. No, when it's fired, we'll have already made to fire it. You have to get the when you use that for to fire, you roll to see if you get a 2 hit or a don't, then you don't fire it. What the hell? Why were there balloons? Ugh, my internet sucks. So, was I the only one that saw balloons? Oh well. Anyway, so to fire to fire to get the torpedo to launch, you use the 4 and you roll the to hit number. If it's a 6 or better, then it fires. If not, then you don't fire because you don't, it just isn't right. The solution was not exactly where you wanted it to go. Once you do get it to fire though, you then in each subsequent activation, you will continue to roll that to hit that to hit number, with it being 1 better for each, or you need 1 less to hit. In other words, you go from to a 5. If you roll that 5, the
So
next
in other words, the difficulty increases by 1 each time.
No. It gets better. It gets easier.
Okay, cool.
Because as the torpedo is in the water, it's getting closer to the target, meaning that it's easier to track the target itself.
Gotcha. Right? Okay, that makes
more sense. Once it has launched, if you fail that to hit roll,
mm-hmm.
the torpedo will turn 45 degrees away from the target and make its move. Now, it will continue until it, and I don't know yet how many turns it's going to be for it to last.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't quite figured that out yet. I'm probably thinking 6 or 8 turns, maybe. But what'll happen is that when it goes into search mode, it will keep rolling that to hit number until it tracks on a new target. And that new target could be you.
That's a little dangerous.
Because it'll go out, not find something, make a 45-degree turn, move, 45-degree turn, move, until it picks up a target. And when it's picking up a target, it's back to that original 6 or better. Or actually, it's going to be a 7 or better, and you're only rolling if there's an actual target within its cone. Adjust the number of turns by 7. The quality of the torpor, that could be too complicated. It's still up in the air, man. Scala Gremlin's in the house. How you doing, Scala? No, but yeah, you're not having to make a roll if nothing is, let's say this is the torpedo. You go 45-degree angle off of the center line each direction. So you got a 90-degree cone basically that you're searching out from. And so as long as there's nothing within that, cone, you're not having to roll. But when you get something into that cone, even if it's on the other side of the board, you roll the 6 or the 7. If it's more than 36 inches, you'll roll a 7. If it's less than 36 inches, you'll roll the 6. And if it contacts, it will then start moving towards that target. If that target happens to be you, you can press the self-destruct button to get rid of the torpedo. Now, that Oscar, who's got a torpedo coming at it, it's a 4 on its turn. It can fire a noisemaker. That noisemaker will be what's rolled on first to see if it draws the targeting away from the sub with the same value needed. So in other words, if I roll a 6 initially to fire, its turn 2 needs a 5, turn 4 it would need a 4, but the Oscar has fired a noisemaker. Then what's going to happen is you roll on the noisemaker at a 4 or better to see if it follows the noisemaker. If it does, great. If it doesn't, you can still roll on the sub at the 4. The torpedo can roll on the sub at the 4 or better. So I think I might change that. You're still rolling on the noisemaker first, but it's 1 higher than what you need to keep tracking the sub. So in this case, where I would normally need a 4 to track the sub, I would need a 5 to track the noisemaker. Because the noisemaker is not going to be the automatic, hey, look at me, look at me. There is a chance that the torpedo will still follow the sub. Yeah, I like that. The more I talk about it in my brain or talk about it out loud, the more.
Yeah. And
hey, Hexy, I just finished cleaning my 15-inch iMac, its case, and we're listening to Reese tear the guts out of a PC case and putting stuff back into it. Kind of stuff like you do, Hex.
If I need to mute, just let me know.
No, you have not made too much noise whatsoever at all.
Cool.
At all. Now we're just talking about stuff. I mean, hey, if you want an invite, let me know. I'll bring you on. I did watch the very, very end of your Capitals beating the Minnesota Wild last night in a shootout. That was pretty exciting. That was cool. Yeah, so then the torpedo will keep running until it strikes its target. And then, of course, you roll, your damage to make it go boom. At that point in time, I got to figure out how many dice, what the strike value will be for the torpedoes. So doing the laundry thing. Yeah, I got a load started. I got to go get it dried. The problem is, I'm hoping it's just the belt that needs to be replaced on the dryer drum, but it is squealing like a stuck pig. I'm hoping it's not the bearings on the drum.
It could be the pads. Those require a rivet gun to replace, but they're not too hard.
Yeah. So, that's. Yeah, so at this point in time, I'm just looking at. I need to figure out torpedo strength for strike value, and I got to figure out armor value for the different subs. Like I know the Typhoon is going to be a beefier ship than say than like the Akula for obvious reasons. So I got to figure out how I'm going to work that. What my numbers are going to be there. So, and this will it grow to where we can include surface ships and aircraft? I don't know. Maybe
it would be cool.
But yeah, like I said, Jay and I played Con Sonar, and I don't know. I wasn't impressed with it. I wasn't as impressed as I wanted it to be. It seemed too easy to get away from. It seemed too easy to get away from the other subs by just not moving. Which, I mean, yeah, it makes sense, being realistic and all, but shit, who wants to be realistic in a game? I want to sink shit with torpedoes. That's what I'm here for. I guess I'm not looking for a simulation in my wargaming. And I know there are some people that do, and that's okay. And by all means, if you want to be the guy out there, doing a simulation, then that's fine. But that's not my gig. That's not how I want to play my games, I guess. Do I want it to be plausible? Realistically plausible? Sure. Do I want to have a quasi-realistic outcome? Absolutely. Do I need to know the nuts and bolts? No. Like I've said many, 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 many times before, I'm a results-oriented player, not a process-oriented player. And if you are a process-oriented player, bully for you. I'm glad for that. It's, if that's the fun you want to have, then keep on having fun. Hey, Richard, how you doing, buddy? He says, hey, guys, and by guys, I mean everyone. Yeah, keep in mind, folks, when I say guys, I'm using that as the non-gender specific neutral.
It's the Midwestern y'all.
It is. It is. Well, see, Texas, y'all is singular. All y'all is plural. Reese is y'all. All y'all are in the comments.
Lots of food.
So besides working on PC, your PC, and cleaning up your craft room, what else you been up to?
Went and
Anything
saw
exciting?
Killers of the Flower Moon today.
How was that?
Different, but good.
Different but good. All right.
Um, it's not your typical Scorsese film. I'll put it that way.
So what? Okay. So without
In the manner in
what's
which.
it about?
So do you have any foreknowledge at all?
No, I have no idea. I
So
couldn't even tell you genre or era or anything.
it's 1920s.
Okay.
Osage Hills of Oklahoma. So just across
Okay.
the border from where I'm at.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time.
Southeast Oklahoma. Yeah.
No, northeast.
Oh, Northeast. Okay.
So
Yeah.
around
Southeast is the.
Pahuska, Bartlesville, that area.
Oh yeah. Okay.
The Osage tribe has been given the most godforsaken piece of property to have the reservation on,
Right.
and they strike oil.
Aha.
And so all of a sudden, the Osage are the most wealthy people per capita in the United States. What is not told what is implied in the movie, but not fully expressed, is that the federal government deemed them not mentally fit to handle their own money. So each member of the Osage tribe has to have like a financial guardian that is not Osage, and of course each member of the Osage tribe has a certain number of head rights of the land and the mineral rights and everything else. They can only be passed down through inheritance and things like that. And then people start dying inexplicably in very mysterious circumstances at an almost epidemic rate. Enough said. I won't give anything else. If you've read the book or know much about it, it's already well known. But
I know shit about nothing.
It's pretty slick. Now there were some historical inaccuracies in it, but for the most part, it was dead on accurate.
Oh, cool.
So it was really good.
Yeah, I understand it's a long ass movie.
It's like 4 hours long.
Holy shit!
It's 3.5 hours, but 30 minutes of previews puts it at 4 hours long.
Now, is it a movie that you feel the 3.5 hours?
Parts of it, yes.
Okay,
but you're supposed to.
Okay,
in my opinion.
So it's not 3.5 hours. Oh Jesus, get on with it.
There are scenes that are supposed to drag, and they're supposed to be that way. And they're in a point in the movie where you've already been in the movie for like 2.5 hours, and so you're already getting kind of weary, and then they throw this scene at you, and you're like, okay, I feel it.
I get it. Yeah.
And when I say it's not his typical film, it's a lot more artsy than he usually is. If I can use that phrase, more modern cinema. Used some period newsreel footage, a lot of period music, and an interesting ending. I'll put it that way. Worth seeing, not for the soft stomached. But I was talking to my dad about it. They really toned it down about what it could have been. None of it is over the top gratuitous, but there are definitely some gut punches in there. So,
Richard Keenan says, I just used some Reaper Gunmetal blue paint on a unit of Vort Marauders, and I think I like it. A nice blue-black metallic. Very cool. Now, what color was the prime that you put that over? Was it a white prime, gray prime? How you doing, Hiss? Good to see you, buddy.
What am I going to do with this thing?
Yeah, Mike. Who put that out? I know Scorsese directed it, but who? What was?
DiCaprio helped produce it. Apple Films, I think, distributed it.
Which means it'll be on Apple Plus Apple TV Plus, I'll be able to watch it at home on my new 65-inch TV.
Okay. And that might help with certain scenes too. But they shot it on location. Now they didn't shoot it. They didn't shoot it in the town that it took place in, but they shot it in a town that's like 20 miles from there. Where they still had some historic buildings. The scenes in Guthrie were shot at the Guthrie courthouse, and you can tell it's shot at the Guthrie courthouse. Like it's well done. Everybody and anybody is in it. So
for those that don't know, Guthrie used to be the capital of Oklahoma. The capital of the Oklahoma Territory was Guthrie. Now, by 1920, I do believe the capital had moved to Oklahoma City. But Guthrie,
because they had already stuck the state seal in a wagon in the middle of the night and ran it to Oklahoma City.
Right.
Because
exactly.
That's what happened.
That's how shit happens. Dude, that's how Austin became the capital of Texas. Some jackanapes. Not just the state seal, the state treasury. They grabbed the treasury box, literally all the money the state had, and the state seal, chucked it into a wagon, hightailed it north out of Washington on the Brazos to Austin, at the time Waterloo, Texas. And that's how you got Austin, Texas to be the capital of Texas. Yeah. And I'm sure Missouri's got some weird ass shit like that happening in its history. And so my brother was in the 6th grade when we moved to Missouri. So he spent half of his 6th grade, all of his 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th in the Lee's Summit School District. Well, no, not the 6th. That was in Raytown. But 7th through 12th, those 5 years, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, those 6 years he spent in the Lee's Summit school system. You're fine. Not once did he have any type of Missouri state history to speak of.
I've never had a state history class.
That is a crying shame, in my opinion, because every state has something interesting about it.
I have moved to a bunch of different states, and conveniently, it seemed like every year that I moved to a state, either the state I just left was about to have that history class, or the state that I just jumped to had just had it.
Yeah.
So
because, and maybe Missouri had it earlier than that, but to me, anything earlier than the 7th grade, which is when Texas state history is, and it's an entire year. You have an entire year of Texas state history.
That's the way that I think Arkansas does it.
Yeah.
Oklahoma does it in 6th grade.
Okay. But yeah, to me, it's a crying shame that states, like I said, to me, state history needs to be your intro into specific social studies. Mm-hmm. Like up till then, you can just have some general information. Hey, what's up, Chris Long? You missed my discussion on what a seaman. We might swing back around to it. But yeah, 7th grade should be state history. 8th grade would be American history up to the Civil War. 9th grade is world history. 9th grade is geography. 10th grade is world history. 11th grade is second half of American history, Civil War to as current as we can get it. And then 12th grade is your civics / government class and economics. Purely my opinion, but I think that works.
Sounds like it does.
So, but that's just me. Yeah, so that'll be interesting. Richard Keenan says slap chop black and white is how he painted those orcs. Very cool. Hey, slap chop's my preference for painting anyway, so we're all good there. I'm going to open Chitu Box. So what else has everybody else been doing out there? If y'all would, give us a holler. Let us know what you're doing, what you've been doing. I'd like to know. Okay, Chris Long is going to be right back. He's helping his wife bring in the craft fair stuff.
That could be a lot.
Yeah, it could be. Rabbit. Hey, have you had a chance to look at those STLs I sent you?
Yeah, I'm in the process of cleaning the supports off one of the walls.
Outstanding.
So
how'd the printer do?
Scaled up. It did well. I don't know enough to know how it did. I tried printing a Tanty 4 in 1/600 scale, and I think the supports or something are messed up. But I'll figure it out. I got a lot to learn.
Yeah.
So.
Skeller Gremlin's working on trees, the most pain in the ass of all terrain. What scale trees, buddy? And Walkabout is building buildings for modern. Shouldn't a building, once it's finished, be called a built? Just saying. Charles says he's looking for his killer rabbits. Does he have too many minis? No, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as too many minis. That's negative talk there.
My parents brought down most of my colonial miniatures.
Nice.
So that's a couple thousand figures.
Well, because they wanted to get it the hell out of their business.
No, it's because I called Mom and asked nicely, and she said, "Okay, I'll go dig in the basement."
Fair enough. Thanks, Mom.
Dad said, "We still have those."
Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you Mr. Hissycat. Glad you can join us, buddy. Oh, 28 millimeter trees can go pound sand, dude. I hate those things. Long time no talk, Mr. Cat. Your voice is not on.
Cat's got his tongue.
Your cat's got his tongue. Nope. Plug it in. Air gap.
Ow.
Nope, still nothing. Yeah. Hello, go ahead. Say something.
Hello.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Technology.
Pull the phallic thing closer to your mouth.
Okay, I'm out.
How you doing, buddy?
Surviving. Tired.
Yeah.
Tired. Hey, I got this.
Outstanding. Guess who's working on a Pacific version?
You are? Oh,
this
very
guy.
Cool. Very
Guess
cool.
who's also going to be working on a Star Wars version?
Well, okay, that's a given. Oh, I thought it would be you.
No, he's got the numbers, man. No, I've been working on something else entirely.
Air combat's my jam.
Ah, okay.
Which I think that everybody found that out at J3.
Very cool. At some point, I'll have to get you to play my Richtofen card game.
Yeah, that might be
absolutely. No, we've been talking
Chris
about
gets shot down, and then he crashes, so he can't fly very well. But
that's why I'm moving to subs. I'm figuring out how to play What a Tanker with these guys.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other night with Mike. That was she wants some pizza. Yeah, this is just okay.
When Walkabout Games comes back and says he's here, I'm going to dive in a little more with it because I want him to hear what I've said. But once I'm going to get everything written up. I'll post both on my Discord and also my games folder in your Discord.
Cool.
And once I get it play tested and get the feel for everything, I'm going to kick that shit over to Two Fat Lardies.
I think you should.
I think they'd eat it up.
Yep.
Who knows? Might
so for now I'm calling it What a Seaman.
Yeah. Well, if they publish it, it'd be known as a Three Fat Lardies.
No, because it's TOO.
Oh.
It's like they're too fat. So there can be as many fat lardies as you want, but they're just too fat.
Okay.
Did I suggest
which makes
that
it even
name?
funnier? What's that? What you? What a Seaman?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually listening to that, and yeah, full marks to you for that one, dude. That was funny.
You know, that's one of the few things I regret on the show because it will live on long after I'm dead.
We can only hope.
Yep.
And hopefully that's a long time from now.
Oh, absolutely. I told my boss the other day, I said, I'm only 25. You got 40 more years of work out of me. So,
well, I don't hope that on you. I hope
I don't die at 65. I'm just going to retire at 65.
No, what I'm saying is, I hope you find something to where you can retire early.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Doubt it happens though.
Because sure as shit, no, I'm not going to do it.
Well, and we're not really the retiring type in my family either.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you could do something on your own.
True.
Cat.
Yeah, I got pizza, and both of them are like, "Ooh, pizza."
Oh yeah. Oh, look at me. I like pizza. Do you like pizza?
She doesn't like much human food, but the other one, my older one, devours it. So she's sitting here eating pepperoni.
I can see that.
Yeah. So how you guys been?
Pretty good.
Pretty
good.
Cool.
Right now, I am looking for my the build plate that I created for my M901s that I have is that it? Nope, that's the test print. I don't want the test print. I did have them at 45 degrees. I need to now put them at, I've got them at like 20 or 25 degrees to see if that makes a difference in the build. Because it is being a pain in the rampasse.
What's it doing? Is it flaking or something?
It's not. About 30% of them, it's only printing the what's that base called? The raft.
Okay.
Another 30%, it's only printing the raft and the supports. And then like 20%, I'm getting raft supports and some of the vehicle. And then the last 20%, it's the raft supports, most of the vehicle, but there's weird shit involved with it.
Did you check and make sure you have resin?
Oh, I've got resin. I got plenty of resin.
Okay.
That I got. So that's where I am. Okay, is this the one? Is this the one I want?
Well, if it's not printing the rafts, I don't think changing the angle.
No, it's printing the raft.
Oh, okay.
All of them are getting the raft printed.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's just a varying amount of what else is getting built.
Got it.
So it's weird.
I know.
Yeah. All right. Why is my Cheeto box not opening my Cheeto box?
Do you have your latest version of Cheeto Box? Have you updated it?
Yeah.
I find that helps.
Better go double check.
There's an option that I have it automatically check. So when I log in, it's like, hey, do you want this version to download?
Mine does the same thing, but
okay. I'm just asking the stupid, customer support. You ask the stupid questions first. I know. That's what I said. You know.
Yeah, I'm Mr. Stupid, ask stupid questions support guy myself. When we started the show, I was cleaning my absolute most favorite computer ever. The G4 iMac.
Oh, look at that thing.
I love this computer design. It is, if there was a way that I could take the guts out of it and wire in a new M2 Mac Mini into it.
You probably could.
Oh, I'm sure there is some way to do it. But I love this design. It's so cool. And it had great connections on the back. Sound in, sound out.
Well, okay, let's be real. You like it because it's half a Death Star.
Well, there is that.
In fact, you should probably model the Death Star over the top of that if it wasn't a collectible.
Yep. So I picked it up for free.
In California, we call that stealing.
Not when it's what's the word I'm looking for? Relinquished.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It was abandoned. It was abandoned at my shop. I snagged it and took it home with me.
There you go.
I need to find the power cable for it. Because I know it runs. And I think I've got the power cable for it around here. I know it runs.
When did you get it? Something recently?
No, this is when I was still at Simply Mac.
Oh, okay.
Which is 5 years ago.
Okay.
But I had it in my closet, and Donna cleaned the closet out because the cats have been not doing nice things in there, as cats do.
Oh, they were talking about you behind your back.
Yeah, exactly. Fuckers.
They're all forming a what do they call it? A cloister in your closet and just talking shit.
Actually, cats. A group of cats is called a clouder.
A clouder. Okay, I knew it was. What did I say? Cloister.
A cloister is where the nuns hang out.
Oh.
Now, to be fair, half of my cats are black and white, so they could be considered nuns, except they're all male cats. So,
as far as you know,
they identified as male when they presented themselves to me.
Oh, fair enough. Okay,
now, doesn't mean they can't change their mind.
Right. Well, they're cats.
I'm not one to say.
Right. They're cats.
No.
Yeah. So what did I call them? I called them something incorrect. That would be the first
cloister?
time. Cloister.
Yeah.
I was close.
You're close.
What was it? A cloud? Remind me again.
A clouder of cats.
A clouder. Yeah. Like chowder, but clouder.
Yeah. Yeah. So Walkabout Games is back for the seamen. We are so wrong with this group. Jesus Christ. Hold on. I got to take my sweatshirt off.
Hey, Walkabout. How's it going, boss? Oh. Yeah, I'm starting to feel a tiny bit human again, but I still got a lot of work to do. But.
All right, Chris Long says, "Okay, I'm back for the semen," and then hissy.
Jeff,
Chris Long, I'm working on the sub thing, and I didn't think I would have to make any changes to how the dice activation works. Hey, he just brought in his wife's rack.
Wow.
So that's all good.
Wow. I'm not touching that.
Well, I hope not.
It's so juvenile. That's why I love it.
Scott Roman says, "We're about to say semen," and not Jay starts taking off his clothes. Woo!
Hey, it's Saturday night. Anything can happen.
Yeah. Well, I did name this episode Saturday Night Special.
Oh, okay.
Her face when hearing that. Oh yeah. Anyway, so I didn't think I was going to have to make changes to the dice activation. However, I end up needing. I started thinking about it, and in What a Tinker, when you activate a die or activate the one die to move, you roll 2 dice to see how far the tank can move. Well, in my mind, because it's a World War I or World War II vehicle, you have to stop to shoot anyway. And when the treads stop moving on a tank, the tank stops moving. There's no carryover. I mean, you take off the accelerator and you press on the brake, you stop, right?
Yeah.
These things don't stop when you stop the acceleration. They keep going.
Right.
So what is going to happen is every turn they will move their base speed. Right now, base speed is 5 inches. All of them are base speed 5 inches.
They say that's the average length.
Yeah, 5 to 6. Yeah, so we're good.
Yeah, so good.
This is average. This is a little bit bigger than average. So as the one die then gives you the ability to either slow down to 2 inches or speed up to flank speed to go 8 inches.
Wow. That's quite the range.
Yeah. Well, the reason for that is moving at 2 inches gives you a +1 on the sonar check.
Okay.
So it's harder to be acquired on the sonar check.
Well, they say 2 inches is pretty hard to see.
It is, exactly.
Yeah. Where 8 inches is that's pretty obvious. That's pretty obvious. Yeah.
So that gives you a -1 on the roll, or a +1 on the roll and a minus. You know what I mean, though.
Yeah.
To acquire. But also, when I move a sub at 8 inches, the torpedo is moving 10 inches. I might be able to outpace it long enough for the torpedo to run out of fuel and drop.
Okay.
Because a torpedo normally is just barely faster than the submarines that it's being fired.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a question. So
go ahead.
If that's the case, so if it's that close in speed, what if you're going downhill in your sub and you fire your torpedo? Could you outrun it?
So you're not going to outrun it, but what you're doing.
Well, I mean, when you're going downhill, though, because you're going to pick up speed.
Not in water.
A lot of water resistance.
That's not how that works.
That's the joke.
That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works.
Bob tells a story about a crash he investigated one time where the guy was doing gun runs over the Gulf, and he was shooting and then dropping altitude and then shooting and then dropping altitude and shooting and dropping altitude, and he shot himself in the tail.
Yeah, because he's outrunning his bullets.
Yep. And getting underneath them, and then boom.
Yep.
Wow.
Sorry.
No, that's kind of the joke I was trying to make and failed.
Yeah, but what you're doing is you're not going to be able to outpace it like this, but what you're doing is you're moving fast enough to keep this back far enough so when it runs out of fuel, it has only gotten this close to you when it falls to the ocean floor.
Right.
So it'll continue to get closer and closer and closer, and then it finally just falls due to gravity.
And then hopefully when it falls, there's not another sub that's just kind of sitting down there and it hits it.
And you boom, yeah, like
that's advanced captainism. If you can drive your sub to kind of kite that torpedo and then drop it on somebody. Are you going to have a rule for that in your game?
What's that?
Nothing.
Hey, if there's something in the way that torpedo hits, that torpedo hits it.
Yeah.
So that's where the one comes into play. The ship will, the sub will always move. It's just a matter of when I roll a 1, do I want to make it slower? Do I want to make it faster? And then it'll stay at that new speed until you roll a 1 again.
Okay, it's a serious question. Can't you bring a sub, practically speaking, to full stop?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. And even go reverse?
You can, but it's not easy for a submarine to go in reverse.
I wouldn't think it would be, but I just thought maybe they could. Okay.
They can, but there's no reason to. Now, you can put the engines in full reverse, but that just slows you down faster.
Okay. It doesn't actually make you go backwards?
Eventually it would.
Okay. No, this is I just assumed you could. That's why I was asking.
Yeah. No, so when you hear, like in Hunt for Red October, put the engine in full reverse. What they're doing is reversing the propeller, basically, to be like an air brake.
Okay.
On an aircraft to slow it down. So that's what I'm doing with the 1s. Now, for the sonar check is still a sonar check. You still have to, and it's not an immediate acquire though. You're going to have to roll to acquire, which will be a standard, to hit roll. So something, and it has to be within a 90 degree to front arc. You have to be in the 90 degree front arc to be able to see it.
Right.
To make your
normally you are pointing your subs at that kind of.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Right. Yeah. At 90 degrees. Then the firing solution, you don't have to roll, you don't have to roll to get your firing solution.
Okay.
Just the 3 will give you your firing solution.
So you're just going to you're abstracting some of it.
Right. And actually, no, the acquire is going to just be the die, the die roll. I'm sorry. Yeah, the acquire is just the die roll, and it does not have to be in your front arc. Just like the firing solution does not have to be in your front arc.
Whoa, normally that's a commitment if you're taking the rear arc.
It is. But you got to take it slow.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
But because
literally, but
exactly. So the 2 die will give you the acquire. The 3 die will give you the aim.
Okay.
Now, if your target is moving at 2, you need an additional acquire.
Okay.
And since there's no unbuttoned at this time, because you're underwater, there's no automatic acquires. So you have to. You can't just say, "Oh, there's a sub out there." No,
let me ask you a serious question. Have there ever been subs that are on the surface that have fired their torpedoes at targets?
Yes.
Do you really need to be submerged?
In World War II, yes. But see, World War II subs and Cold War subs are vastly different weapons.
I get that. I was just thinking that maybe you surface, you're using your surface gun. It's not quite doing the trick, and it's just fire while you're sitting there, right? I would think that it would, but I didn't know if like the tubes needed to be filled with water, and when you're on the surface, your torpedo tubes aren't optimally loaded, or
So in a World War II sub, your torpedo tubes are below the surface of the water when you are surfaced.
Yeah. So it's not like it's peeking over or anything like that. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Now in a Cold War sub,
you got other issues if it's peeking over, guys.
Exactly. Oh yes, World War I most definitely, and yes, in World War II, but Cold War I can't see it. Yeah, they're like I said, submarines for Cold War are, I don't want to say specifically anti-submarine weapons, but they are meant to attack from underwater.
Okay. And then what?
Because they don't want to be seen.
Right.
And they don't have any above water weapons.
Okay. So what's if there is a difference between a Cold War sub and a cold cut sub?
Price.
Okay.
I can get a cold cut sub for about $799.
Yeah.
Cold War sub is about $799 million.
Okay. Yeah. I knew there had to be a difference.
Yeah. That and provolone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Normally, a Cold War sub is going to have Monterey Jack.
Could you get a chicken fajita sub? You probably could.
No. That'd be a grilled chicken sub. Thank you. Anyway,
I need Warma to back me up on this.
Oh, I know you do. Then you've got so 2 and 3 is acquire, and again, if the sub is moving slowly, you need 2 acquire. Actually, no. The base speed sub needs 2 acquire. The slow speed needs 3 acquire. A sub moving at flank only needs 1 because it's really loud. So if your target is moving at 5, you still need 2 acquire dice to acquire it.
Okay.
Then the targeting solution or the firing solution.
Actually, I think that's a pretty slick way to do it. I think that totally will work.
Yeah. And then the firing solution is when it gets into arc, you can fire at it if you've got the 4 to fire. The other thing is, if you want, you can use additional firing solution dice to reduce your 2-hit number.
Now, correct me. I heard you talking. A 6 is a wild card?
Yeah.
Okay.
So 3 is your firing solution. Multiple 3s reduce your hit number. I believe it's 6.
Okay. Is that something that you could tweak based on the sub?
Possibly.
Like maybe one only has 5 because it didn't carry as much armament. I'm just thinking out loud. Maybe one of the bigger subs has got a.
These are command dice, so it's
be more based off your captain skill then.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So for just the base game, I'm going to go with what is in What a Tanker.
Yeah.
For now. That's a cannon. Those weren't on submarines.
No, but I finally got them back home. So,
outstanding.
I don't remember what pounds these guys are, but they are massive on the tabletop.
Yeah, they are. That one looks maybe a 1/10 of a pound at best. 1.6 ounces at best.
Yeah. They really cut up those garden gnomes, though.
Oh yeah, they do. So 4 is firing the torpedoes, but you can also fire countermeasures. You can fire. You could fire noisemakers.
Okay. So this is all. Excuse me. This is all Cold War, and is it Cold War specific or Cold War to modern?
Oh, Cold War modern. Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
Well, because I would assume that Cold War was a different doctrine and with technology.
Not for the Americans. Not for the Americans.
Really?
The only thing that's technology that's different is the subs are quieter and the sonar is better.
What about satellites? You would think that satellites would just make sonar pointless.
Nope.
No? Okay.
First off, satellites that are usable in that sense they have a specific orbit, we know where they are and when they are, and we can make sure we're not there where they're looking.
Okay.
Because there's not that many out there. Second off, when a submarine is 700 feet under the water, ain't nobody seeing it from above the surface.
Okay.
Talk about your camelbacks.
I'm just thinking with this technology and seriously with Google Maps, they get shit all over the planet. And it wouldn't take much espionage to put some. Well, they probably could catch that. I was just thinking they could put some little bitty small technological thing on there that GPS could track.
But yeah, they.
No, subs are designed not to be seen underwater.
Right.
Aren't they painted a specific way for that purpose too?
The American subs have what's called an anechoic coating, basically rubberized steel, and they are stealth vessels. Sonar will hit it, or now an active sonar will hit and reverberate. That there's no getting away from that. But the anechoic coating and the anechoic decking is very, very sound deadening. Chris Long says that's how the U.S. and NATO hid so many things from the USSR, and satellites were not as good back then.
Yeah.
Read or listen to Red Storm Rising, and it talks about the use of satellites and how actually limited they are. And yes, they've gotten better, but they're still not good enough. That you cannot. It takes a lot to task a satellite to look at some place specific that it's not already supposed to be looking at. And they've got limited amount of fuel to do what you want them to do. And Chris Long says A plus book. I listen to it every year. My brother Jay listens to Salem's Lot in October every year. I listen to Red Storm Rising starting sometime in the middle of September.
Let me see if I have that on audio. If not, I'm gonna get it now.
I don't think that's quite.
What the fuck?
Just clunk.
Dude.
Just casually
packed. Was that about a 25-pounder off of the Nelson or off of the Victory?
Something like that.
Jesus, Mother Mary and the Mule. Where are you, Chitu Box?
But yeah, compared to the little screw gun, that 25-pounder is quite large.
That's what she said. Hey-o.
I'm working on figuring out how to get some pack mules to put the 25-pounder, the screw guns on, because all I have for pack animals right now are camels. So
Chris Long says, "Holy F, Reese."
Yep. I have a surprisingly large amount of camels.
So once you have acquired, you've sonar checked your sub, once you have gotten your solution, you can fire, you will do your roll to hit.
Okay.
If you get your roll to hit off, the torpedo launches. If you don't launch it. Because you don't want a torpedo out there that is not tracking a target right off the bat.
Okay.
Because it could come after you.
That would be what would happen to me. Excuse me.
You fire it, it goes out, it's 9 inches. Okay. Next time that sub activates, it will do whatever it does, and then you roll another to hit roll.
I'm listening. I'm just looking to see if I have Red Storm Rising. I do have Red Storm Rising. Okay. It's the 27-hour long version.
Yep. That's the one you want. So as long as your target is in that front 90-degree arc of your torpedo, and you roll your to hit number, it will continue toward it. Each successive turn, it's a -1 on the to hit number, or a +1 on the roll. So you start off at 6, second turn is a 5, third turn is a 4, etc.
Okay, I'm going to ask a stupid question.
No stupid questions, only dumb looks.
So, what are either the mechanics that you have or the chance that when you fire that you will miss? You say roll to hit.
Right. So I'm gonna.
Here's where I'm going. If it's when you roll to hit, you're going to hit. I would suggest just take the whole tracking of the torpedoes out of the game. If they're going to hit anyway.
But they're not.
Okay, that's why I'm asking, because I don't know.
Right. There's a chance that torpedo will lose its targeting for various different reasons.
Okay.
If it connects, it explodes, but does it connect is the question.
Yeah, well, that's what I was asking. If it's even if it was 95% of the time it hits, it connects, I would get all that torpedo movement out of the game and just you roll, you hit, factor in that variance on your to roll, your to hit, and then move on, because tracking torpedoes won't be fun.
That's why you only have 2 per sub at one time.
Right. No, I get it. I didn't hear the whole discussion on how that works. That's why I said stupid question.
But see, also, this moves at about 25 to 28 knots, maybe even 30 knots if you really push it. This moves at 40 knots.
Again, my point was if they're going to hit, you could say when you fire, it's going to hit. You'll take damage in a turn or two and simulate the movement. But
it doesn't always, because like I said.
Well, could you still not just work that in with a dice roll in 2 turns as opposed to actually moving torpedoes on the board?
No, that's part of the.
Oh, no. Yes, you could, but you choose not to. Fair enough.
No, because there are certain things that this sub can do to keep from being hit.
Right.
It's not like it's shoot, it's hits.
Like, no. What I'm saying is that could all be done with I fired, I'm going to hit you in 2 turns unless you do one of those magical things you can do. And then you can take just keep that in the back of your mind. And then you don't have to worry about, I've got 2 torps, I've got to track them, they're on the board. Just eliminate all that because the fish is in the water and it takes the suspense out 2 turns or 3 turns or whatever.
That takes the suspense out of the game.
Oh, fair. Like I said, you're going for an experience, and this would be a different experience. And so,
because it's.
I can see that with maybe air-to-air combat.
Air-to-air combat would be like that. Like what you're
but
saying.
with the way torpedoes, the rate at which torpedoes are moving. Yeah, you will want to track them.
Okay.
I see what you're saying. I absolutely see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But
just keep it in mind because you might get to a point where it's just overhead that you just don't need. But anyway.
Yeah. That's fine.
I threw out a suggestion. Okay.
And when we move it over to air combat with Reese and I working on air combat with it. That may be what we are. Why not?
Because I think somebody's already done it. I think Richard Keenan put something on the blog, something on the Discord about a blog about that being already done.
For what, a tanker?
Yeah.
It's probably wrong.
Yeah. Probably. We could redo it.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway.
No, redo it. You mean do it correctly.
I wasn't going to say that, but I mean.
I'll say it for you.
If the foo shits, wear it.
Exactly.
So this sub knows it's got a torpedo after it. Okay. It can do 2 things because I'm not going to worry about a thermocline layer.
You lost me then. If you're not going to do that, why am I even going to waste my time playing this game?
Because I'll get to it eventually as an advanced rule. No. So this boat can do 2 things to help it get away from the sub. It can go to flank speed, which you need a move die for, or it can fire noisemaker, which you need a 4 for.
Wait, flank speed, that's fajita speed.
Yes, you can make it go. You can make it go fajita speed.
You like that one,
okay.
I can tell.
Okay. Just a little off course here. Don and I stopped at the local farmer's market that's always open. It's not like a farmer's market where the farmer sets up their own booth. It's the farmers bring their stuff to this store to sell. So it's a store that the farmers bring their shit to. Flank steak used to be the cheapest piece of meat you could buy, right? Just dead ass cheap. It was like, we'll pay you to take this meat off of our hands cheap.
And now
a chunk of flank steak about this, $17.
Was it Wagyu flank steak?
What is this, I don't know what the hell it was.
Is this Kobe flank steak?
I don't know, but it was $17.
That's a typo. That's crazy. No, seriously.
No.
In fact, I'm going to be in the market to go get me some tri-tip because I'm about to make some beef jerky for the holidays. And if I can't get the tri-tip, I'll use something else. But it's just the marbling, it's just the best for me for what I do. But
now
I get it on sale.
I can get a half brisket for $40, which isn't bad.
Right. But flank steak, to your point, $17 for, geez.
It's a cheap piece. And
it's not a lot of meat typically because it's thin.
No, it's maybe a half-inch thick worth of beef.
Yeah.
And it's a piece that was maybe 10 inches long.
Crazy.
Anyway, so back to my sub and the flank speed. I can either make it go flank speed, which hopefully will keep it far enough ahead of the torpedo that the torpedo runs out of fuel and drops, right?
Uh-huh.
The other thing to do is pop a noisemaker. Now, what will happen is...
That's why I'm not a submariner, because I would have been the one that went out the back door.
Yeah. The next time the submarine activates after the noisemaker is deployed is when you roll to hit to see if it will continue tracking. You roll on the noisemaker first with a +1 of whatever round you're in. So let's say it's the third round. It's a 6, it's a 5, it's a 4. On the noisemaker, you roll a 5 or better. If you roll a 5 or better, the torpedo loses the sub and goes after the noisemaker. If, however, you roll below that 5...
It's like chaff in a jet, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you roll below the 5, then you roll to see if on the 4 to see if it'll continue towards the sub.
Okay.
If at any time you roll below your to hit number on tracking the sub, the torpedo will make a 45-degree turn away from the target and make its move. And then from that point forward, any sub that gets in the 90-degree arc of that torpedo forward, they will roll to see the to hit number at its original state of 6 or 7, depending on distance.
Can it acquire a new target?
Right, which could include you.
Right.
Now, if it does track you, you can hit that self-destruct button with a 4. You've got to have that 4 to be able to self-destruct it.
Yeah. Okay.
So the 4 shoots torpedo, the 4 shoots and once it's fired, you don't need another 4 for it to track. It will automatically track. You don't have to, you don't have to say, no, I have to get another 4 for it to track. No, once it's out there, it's on its own doing its thing. 5 reloads. Now you don't have to reload until, so for instance, the Seawolf has 6 forward just 6 torpedoes.
Okay.
You don't have to reload until all 6 torpedoes are gone. So you can fire 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 without reloading.
Okay.
But a reload only reloads 1 torpedo.
Okay.
Because they're big, they're bulky, they're massive. It takes 10 guys to move the son of a bitch. So it's not going to be an easy thing to reload. So, but what that means is I can't, when I get that 5 and I've got an empty tube, I can reload it. But if I fire a torpedo, I don't have to wait for another 5 to reload that torpedo to be able to fire again. I can fire up to 6 times before I get that 5 to reload.
Right.
And then this, of course, the 6 is your wild card, which I can use for anything.
Right.
So I've got that down. I've got the dice down. It's now a matter of figuring out what I want to do for armor on the ships, how sturdy they are compared to the strike on the torpedo.
Okay, this is again my ignorance. I would just assume if you got hit by a torpedo that exploded, you're done.
Not necessarily.
Well, apparently.
Depending on, because, and I'm not going to track where it hit. Because like you're saying, just work it into the dice rolls.
Mm-hmm.
But now if you get a full blast hit, like here on the screw, on the propeller,
mm-hmm.
yeah, it's going to pop the seal and it's going to flood, and it goes down. If, however, it, like on this one, it hits like right here.
Yeah,
there's all kinds of stuff built into the ship to keep it from necessarily taking on water and sinking.
Okay.
There's batteries, there's saltwater voids, there's there's a lot between the outside hull and the pressure vessel. That's where all the people are.
Right.
This, on the other hand, not so much. So this is going to be more difficult to sink than this is.
Okay.
Because it was built to be more resilient. Same with the American boomers. The Ohio class is a more resilient ship than the Los Angeles class. Just because it has to. It's our nuclear missile sub.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be able to withstand a little bit of damage.
Okay.
So I need to figure out where I want to be armor wise compared to strike value. And then, do I want to give some special abilities on some of these ships, like the Seawolf for the Americans is super quiet. The Alphas are super fast. The Soviet Alphas are super fast. To the point where...
So is this going to be 1v1 for the most part? But, I mean, we don't operate in wolf packs, correct?
No, but, it's...
Taking 3 subs on 3.
Okay, outside of it's a game aspect, which is totally viable, right? Hey, it's a game. We're going to go 3 on 3, whatever. I mean, that's always legit.
So again, listen to Red Storm Rising.
Okay.
Most of the time, American subs work individually, but with assistance from surface vessels and aircraft sometimes.
Okay.
Soviets actually work more in a wolf pack situation.
Okay.
But for games, I could easily see a player being able to control 2 subs without a problem.
Yeah, no, you could probably do 3. I mean, I was just curious because in my head canon, I'm seeing 1v1.
You said that on purpose.
Yeah, I did.
I hate you. No, and you could do it one versus one as well.
Yeah.
Now there's, and I'm not giving anything away, but there's one scene where in not Hunt for October, but in Red Storm Rising, there are 3 American subs that are attempting to exit an area.
Okay.
And there are Soviets hunting them.
Okay.
So that's once you read or listen to the book, you'll know, and that's all I'm going to tell you. But you'll know what I'm talking about, and you can see where that scenario could be played out
totally
in this game.
Yeah. Now, again, it's a game, so you could easily just go, hey, let's just throw down 3-on-3 or whatever.
Yeah, and it's just I'm wanting it to be cinematic.
There you go.
Con Sonar was not cinematic. I'm sure it's a fun simulation that definitely needs more than 2 players, because it got boring real fast, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, some games are just better with more players. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, NFL, that would be boring if it was 1v1. I mean, quite honestly.
I call that boxing.
That's even more exciting when it's tag team and 3v3s, gang fights. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the Scorsese did a whole movie about it.
Yeah? Which movie?
Excuse me. Gangs of New York.
Okay, that's what I thought. I wasn't sure that was his movie.
Scorsese and DiCaprio and Daniel Day-Lewis.
So that's the movie that I really started appreciating Daniel Day-Lewis as an actor.
Dude's amazing.
He is. But the movie that I first really enjoyed DiCaprio in was Catch Me If You Can.
Yes.
With Tom Hanks.
Yes. I don't think I've seen
it's so good.
Actually.
So Catch Me If You Can.
I'm not a huge movie watcher, right? I watch,
and that's fine. That's why I'm talking. What, you haven't watched that?
Yeah.
Catch Me If You Can is the semi-biographical story of Frank Abagnale Jr., who in the 60s started not just forging checks, but creating fake checks as like a late age teenager, like he was 18, 19 years old. And the FBI was tracking him and tracking him and tracking him and tracking him. And I won't give away the story because it's a really good story. But the reason why, when you put a check into, the store puts the check into the machine and it prints that shit on the back, that's called franking the check.
Oh, okay.
It's called franking the check because Frank Abagnale helped design that process.
Okay. Yeah, it makes sense.
If you get a chance, watch it. It's a great movie. It's got Tom Hanks. It's got Christopher Walken. It's got.
I like Christopher Walken.
He's not in it much, but he's in it enough. It's got Tom Hanks. It's got the guy who played Garnier in Band of Brothers. Excellent movie. It's really, really good.
Okay.
Very
most of the stuff that I watch when I used to watch movies was more of the Japanese samurai stuff, subtitled and the old black and white Asagio, not Asagio Jimbo, but the Blind Samurai.
Yeah, Akira Kurosawa stuff.
Yeah, not all of it was him, but a big chunk was. Yeah.
Chris Long says 3 versus 2 or 3 versus 1 would be fun. Absolutely. Yeah. You got one sub wanting to get away, and you got 3 subs chasing it.
Yeah, especially if it's like a hard to sink sub.
Yep.
So it's not like one of them hits it and game over. It's like it's going to take 2 or 3 hits to finish them off.
Potentially, yeah. So it's. I think I've got something good there.
I think you do too, actually.
Okay.
Well, how many What a Blank games do they have?
2. What a Tanker and What a Cowboy.
I was going to say, I think What a Cowboy. Okay.
What the fuck is with the balloon?
I was like, are you patting yourself on the back for something? Did you fart?
Was that because I did that?
Did you fart? And it just came up as balloons?
I don't know, dude. You talk about games says, yay, balloons. Yeah, yay, boy. What the fuck? I don't know. Shit. All right, let me see if I can.
That was funny. I'm not getting any balloons.
I got it put back together and I can't get the thing to turn on.
I think it might be part of my new operating system. Yeah, it's called Reactions.
Okay.
And apparently...
Give us a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was funny seeing those balloons come up.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
So I got the computer put together and now it won't turn on.
You got everything plugged in?
Everything's plugged in. Power supply switch is on.
Well, that's how I feel about it, Reese.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know what to do about it.
But to be honest,
it's going to sound stupid, but I
love you guys.
Check all your connections and make sure you don't have them inverted.
Okay.
A lot of times those connectors only work one way, but if you've got something plugged in incorrectly, that might cause that.
Yeah, definitely.
I think.
And if Chris gave you any suggestions, he'd have to charge you. So I'm going to give you the bad advice, but he's the pro.
True.
All right, here we go. At what angle are these things sitting at? Those are sitting at 45 degrees, it looks like.
I actually turned my 3D printer on last week and printed some stuff up. It's been a while.
Hey, there you go.
Dude, I've been doing the get up early, work, take a short nap in the middle of the day, work in the evening, go to sleep, wake up right into meetings. Yeah, it's been wearing me out. And it's just, it gives me no time during the week to do any hobby stuff. Almost no time.
Yeah, that's a bite in the nuts.
Yeah, I'm adjusting. In the long run, if we follow through with everything that we're attempting to do, it'll be a good thing. So no complaints. I'm just not, when I was a kid, I could work 60, 80 hours and just wouldn't even fade. I mean, 80 hours is like, now I'm like, I'll never work 80 hours. I'm too old. Like I said, I'm working 55 now, and I'm like, fuck, how did I do 80 when I was a kid? Because I didn't know any better. You just go.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. So yeah, I'm doing like one video a week on the channel. Last week on the weekend, my grandson turned 2, so I traveled up to NorCal and didn't get a video. So I don't got to, but I'm working on a video tomorrow to put up on the channel. So
fair enough.
I'm trying.
Hey, at least you can upload shit.
Yeah. Although I do want to get a new computer. There's a few new gadgets I want. I want to go drop about $700 to $800, $900 on a drone.
Yeah.
Because I want one. Not for any real good reason, but plus I want to experiment with it. Take photographs, and I can fly up and down the coast and maybe sell some stock footage and stuff like that. But not to make any real money, but more just to see if I could do it. But
yeah,
that, and I want a new computer. I was playing Starfield when it came out, and my laptop just doesn't get it. It just can't handle games. Some of the high end games that are coming out these days.
Oh, I'll be right back. Well, I'm still here. Keep talking. I'm hearing you.
No, that was basically it. That was basically it. So, Reese, you still doing turkeys?
I'm on the turkey nutrition side right now.
Okay. The last I remember, you were thinking, or the company you were working for was thinking of getting out of turkeys?
They're getting out of breeding turkeys, not out of growing turkeys.
Okay.
So I got moved to a more stable position.
Oh, cool.
Yep. So that's going to be a good thing.
Wait, I didn't think you were going to do anything with horses.
More stable.
Because you're going to be a stable position.
Yeah.
My old job looking to fundraise several $1,000s to buy a new stagecoach.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, they have 70 and they need 30 more.
Stagecoaches?
No, dollars. 70,000.
Oh. I was thinking, what are you doing with that many stagecoaches? Even Wells Fargo doesn't have that many.
Yeah, I was going to say, who the fuck do they think they are? Wells Fargo?
And when you're investing in the Amish country, you need stagecoaches. Yeah.
That would have been exceptional, but no.
Yeah. So what do they want? Is it just a marketing thing? They just want a stagecoach to drive around at parades or something?
So my old job was working for the Mahaffey Historic Stagecoach Stop and Farm.
Oh, okay.
Which is a living history museum which is the last working stagecoach stop on the Santa Fe Trail.
Okay. Well, that's self-explanatory then. Okay.
Yep, I managed their horse teams and wagons and such when I was there.
Okay.
So.
Literally a stable job.
Mm-hmm. We also had a 3-pound mountain howitzer that was a lot of fun to shoot. So.
You see those on, was it 50 or 80 going into South Lake Tahoe? They've got a big platform with a gun that they fire up onto the mountain to clear out potential avalanches.
Yeah, I think that's an old 105, I think. These were a whole lot less modern.
I don't know. I don't want to say how big it is. I didn't want to, because I don't know, and I didn't want to look more stupid than I am. But yeah, sometimes they'll get a big snowfall, and then if you're in town, you'll hear the gun boom. They'll fire it up there to dislodge the snow.
They fire those off in downtown KC sometimes, just for ceremonial purposes, but they echo off the buildings quite loudly. Yeah,
well, the Tahoe Basin has got kind of a natural amphitheater to it.
Gotcha.
And especially if there's, a big rush of snow coming down. And it's right on the outskirts of town. I don't know if you've ever been to Tahoe coming in from the California side, and you get the Christmas Tree Valley, and it's just like this vertical drop of.
Never been west of Colorado.
Well, if you only had one place to go in California, I'd say go to Yosemite.
Okay.
Yosemite.
Yeah, it is surreal. And it makes you
weird
realize
just guy with
a
mustache and a couple of goofy pistols. I know what's going on.
Alrighty, Chris.
What up?
He's taking off. He's going to go eat dinner.
All right.
So I was excited. I picked up a really good copy of the old this is like the second war game I ever owned, and I got this for think about $25, including shipping. And the problem is I wanted a copy to play, and they had a near mint for $45 off of Noble Knight. And $45 is, I think, a fair deal. But it was unpunched.
Which game was it again?
Avalon Hill's Battle of the Bulge, the 65 version.
Oh, yeah.
Tactics 2 was my first game, and I got Tactics 2. And I had to get 2 copies because the first one I got was unpunched. And I don't punch games that old. And they had the Battle of the Bulge on Noble Knight for $45 near mint, but it's not punched. I might buy it just to add it to my unpunched collection. But I wanted one I could actually play. So
I just checked Game 2 of the World Series.
Oh, is that going on?
Yeah.
Who's in the World Series?
The Rangers and the Diamondbacks.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Texas won last night 6-5 with a walk-off home run in the 11th. Diamondbacks are winning tonight 9-1. Texas is about to go to bat in the 9th. Unless they get 8 runs, the game's over.
Oh, yeah.
So, but you know what? They won a game. They are really good at playing in the opponent's stadium.
Is that your team?
The Rangers, yeah.
Okay.
So they were the 6th seed, had to play Tampa in a best 2 out of 3 series, with Tampa being the home team, or the team with they went and beat Tampa both games in Tampa.
Did Tampa change their name?
Tampa, they're the Tampa Rays.
Oh,
they used to be the Devil Rays. They're now the Rays.
Okay, sorry,
that's fine.
I connected Diamondbacks and Tampa and went, what?
No, Arizona Diamondbacks.
Right. It used to be Cardinals, wasn't it?
Then
that's a football team.
Texas had to go play the Baltimore Orioles in a best of 5 series. They won both games. They won both games in Baltimore and a game at home. So they swept. They swept the Rays. They swept the Orioles. Then they had to play Houston in a best of 7 in the ALCS. They won both games, first 2 games in Houston. Lost all 3 games at home in Arlington, and then won both games in Houston to make it to Arizona.
Okay.
Hey, what's the name of that ballpark in Arlington?
MetLife or some shit like that.
Oh, it's not the ballpark at Arlington anymore?
No. No, it's not even just a rename. It is a completely different stadium.
Gotcha.
Which is odd because the ballpark in Arlington wasn't that old.
Nope.
So I'm hoping that I was glad that they won last night because that means they could go to Arizona, play like they normally do in away games, and win in Arizona, win the 3 games in Arizona.
You know what I'd like to see? When somebody hits a walk-off home run, I'd actually like to see them walk around the bases.
They do.
No, I mean walk.
Oh, not jog.
If you don't, somebody's going to get hit with a pitch.
I know. That's why I would do it. I would walk just to piss them off.
Well, see, the thing is,
that's how I am when I play. I want to get into your head. I want to get into your head, and that's what I would do. I would walk. They would be so pissed. And I'd just be like,
no.
Remember Jeffrey Leonard with the one flap down and all the controversy from that? Oh, my God.
Now, okay, so apparently this is what gives me the balloons. The fuck out. Okay, let me do this. Does that give me the hearts? No? Okay.
How do I?
I was doing that.
It's my operating system.
Yeah, it's just Apple.
I'm going to turn that shit off. I don't need that noise. All right. But there was 2 college football games today that made me very happy. Texas beat BYU with our backup quarterback. We were a little worried about how we were going to do with the backup because our star quarterback is out for a couple of weeks with an injury. And Kansas beat Oklahoma, baby.
That hadn't happened in a while.
There's 2 teams that I root for. Texas and anybody playing OU.
Yeah.
Because it's 9:56 and Oklahoma still sucks.
Yeah.
I'm an Oklahoma State fan on that end.
I'm okay with OK State. OU can go blow goats.
Okay, let me.
My fucking watch won't shut up. It just thinks I'm talking.
Well, apparently Siri's going to go find you some videos of people blowing
Oklahoma
goats.
sucking. Yeah, that I don't need. Yeah.
Well, Arsenal today had a very convincing 5-0 win, which was nice to see. Yeah. Now, we're undefeated this year so far.
Okay, so we're in the season now?
The EPL?
Yeah.
We're 10 games in to a 38-game schedule.
Okay.
We're in second place behind our dreaded Tottenham. We've got...
What?
I know. We played them at home and they tied us. And I'm going to be honest, they fully deserved the tie. I think they wanted it more than us. No, we've got some new players. We've had some injuries.
They heard you talking shit about them last season.
Oh, we talked shit about them even when they beat us.
No, you. You on this
dude,
show.
I'm a nobody, but yeah. But we beat Man City for the first time in 12 games, which is like 6 years in the league. So that was a big thing. But 5-0 today. And we got injuries. We got this really good during the transfer season in the summer transfer window. We picked up this kid from Ajax who's really good, and he got injured like in week 2, and we lost him for the season. And it's just like, oh man.
Okay, I'm seeing some names here that I don't recognize, which means they must have been promoted, or they didn't get relegated and were just good enough.
Yeah.
Burnley.
Yeah.
Or did they get promoted this year, or
they are one of those yo-yo teams. They're kind of near the bottom perennially, or they're in the first division.
Nottingham Forest.
Nottingham Forest is up and down. They came up last year.
Okay.
And most people thought they were going down, but they stayed up.
Luton Town has come up from like 2 divisions, and they maybe even 3 divisions they've climbed, but they're probably going to go right back down this year. Aston Villa?
No, they've been around for a while.
Okay.
Although, are they near the bottom of the table?
Let me look at the standings here.
You know who is that gives me a smile? Chelsea.
Well, right now, 20 teams, right?
Yep.
Your knockout right now. Your knockouts are Luton Town, Burnley, and Sheffield United.
Yeah, we beat Sheffield United today.
They have lost.
I don't think they've won a game yet, have they?
No, they've tied 1, lost 9.
Yeah, that's like a record to go 10 games without a win in the league.
Wow.
Now, having said that, their schedule, they've played Man City, they've played I think Man United, they played us, and they've played Tottenham. And not in our game, but those other games, Tottenham scored a late winner, like in stoppage time at the end of the game to beat them. They're not that great, and so they've played well and got no results. Except today, we just manhandled them. They weren't even competitive.
Okay, so Tottenham is 8-2.
Yep.
With 26 points.
Yep.
Arsenal is 7-3. And when I say 8-2, that's wins and draws for those.
Yeah, they're undefeated. We're the only 2 undefeated teams in the league right now.
Yeah. Man City is 7-0-2 with 21 points.
Yeah, they play tomorrow.
The thing you've got right now is if Tottenham, if you win a game and Tottenham ties a game this next round of games, and your points differential stays the same, you'll have the tiebreaker.
Because of goal differential?
Yeah.
So,
or does it go head to head first?
No. Head to head is one of the last ones. So so they tied us at home. Last week we tied a game. We probably was it last week? Anyway, they tied us at our home. Going into that game, we were both on equal points, and I think we had the same goal differential, but there was something where they had given up less shot. It was like the third tiebreaker, but that doesn't matter at this point in the season. But that's the thing people don't realize is sometimes the league comes down to 1 or 2 points. And I don't know if it's ever gone on goal differential, but you gotta, it does when you get third and fourth or fourth and fifth. And I think this year, 5 teams go to the Champions League.
They're definitely tracking it.
Oh yeah, no, it's a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
So today winning 5-0 was a good result for us. It really
you're
helped.
At 15, they're at 13.
Yeah.
I'm gonna head to bed, y'all. It was good talking to you.
Okay, Reese.
Let's see you, Reese.
Take care, buddy. Thanks for coming on and hanging out with me.
Yeah, for sure.
So, take care, buddy.
Now, do you have a team that you root for? I don't remember.
Not really.
Yeah, today Nketiah scored a hat trick for us, his first, and he's been at the club since he was like 8.
Yeah.
So it was kind of cool to see him, and it's his first hat trick. Tomiyasu, who's a Japanese international we signed a few seasons ago, scored his 50th game. He scored his first goal. He's a defender, but it was nice to see him get one.
Yeah. So. Let's see. I know the team I will never root for.
Man United.
And that's Man U.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man City is 7-0-2.
Man City has won the league the last 3 seasons. Nobody's ever won it 4 times in a row.
Liverpool is 6-2-1.
Liverpool's having a bounce back year. Last year was an off year for them.
A little rough.
Yeah, because they're consistently top 2 or 3.
Yeah.
They've won the league. 3 years ago when City didn't win it, it was Liverpool. And the year before that was City. and that one of those years, Liverpool finished 1 point behind Man City at the end of the season. So, yeah, crazy.
There's Aston Villa at 5. They're 6-1-2.
Yeah, they're playing a little over their heads, but good for them.
Newcastle 5-2-3. Brighton 5-1-3. Yeah. Man U is 5-0-4.
Oh, they're just,
you gotta love that.
I do. I would switch. I would have Man United and Tottenham switch if I could.
Only because you just despise Tottenham.
I do.
Well, isn't Tottenham like literally the next door neighbor to Arsenal?
Yeah, they're both in North London.
Yeah, so here's Arsenal and here's Tottenham, and it's just.
Now, having said that, our training ground is right next to another. There are so many clubs in London. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Chelsea is in East or West London.
Mm-hmm.
I think Aston Villa might be a London-based club. Forest might be There's Crystal Palace, I think is there's a lot that are in London, and so yeah, it's like Tottenham and Arsenal are both in North London, so that's why when we beat them, we like to say North London is red. So yeah, it's a good rivalry.
Oh yeah, because Tottenham's blue and white.
Todd is a Tottenham fan, yeah. Yeah, well, you can't blame him. He has a coworker or a friend who is a Tottenham fan, and and one thing is, once you kind of pick a team, you're not allowed to change.
No.
So that's why I asked. So as you're kind of going through this, you can whatever, but as soon as you put your marker down, you can't pick it up.
Right. Now, see, I've done that with professional football, NFL football, because I was growing up in San Antonio, as weird as it sounds, and I don't know why, but I was a Miami Dolphins fan.
Okay. Well, that's probably because of Marino.
It's exactly why.
Yeah.
I don't, just because I picked the team that Marino was cool.
Yeah, I was telling somebody the other day, we were talking quarterbacks, and I said he's probably, I would say, one of the most underrated quarterbacks of the big quarterbacks, because he didn't win a Super Bowl, but he was he was so good. And there
same with Jim Kelly.
Yeah, I would say he wasn't on the same level as Marino, though. But yeah, they lost what, 3 Super Bowls?
4
in
a row.
Yeah. The fact that you can get your team there 4 years in a row is an accomplishment, but people consider him a loser because he couldn't win it.
Right?
Yeah.
But then we moved to Kansas City in '87, and I was already kind of watching the Chiefs because Mom had moved to Kansas City in, what was it, 82, 83. And I lived in Kansas City for a year and a half with her. So I was already kind of following the Chiefs. I could never get into being a Royals fan. Baseball, Royals. I've always been a Rangers fan. And I don't follow baseball.
Right.
I keep track of the Rangers.
I know what you mean. Yeah, I don't follow any American sports anymore, but I follow, I keep track. I watch the highlights of the Niners, although they've lost the last 2 weeks. They've been looking good outside of the fact that their field goal kicker can't seem to score. But I was very much like you. When I was a kid, I was when I really started following sports was the late 60s. I was a Tiger fan when they won the World Series, 68.
Was Sparky Anderson as their manager?
No.
Even before then.
It's 1968. They had Mickey Lolich, Bill Freehand, Al Kaline. He started playing when he was 17 in the bigs. Norm Cash, that whole team. And because we lived in Dearborn, Michigan, and guess which NFL team I was a fan of?
Lions?
The Packers.
You had to go against the grain, didn't you?
You know what it was? It was they had the cool G on their helmets. And then when I moved to the West Coast, I became a Giants Niner fan. But in soccer, you don't do that.
No. And I think the reason for that is that it seems to me that people in Britain and ultimately the rest of Europe don't really move as much as Americans do.
Well, it's a smaller country,
right? It's just, right.
So you're probably right to some degree.
Because even if you change jobs, in a lot of cases, you probably don't have to move that far or move at all to go to that new job.
Well, okay, here's another thing. I was telling you, Eddie and Kedia, and there's a number of players on our team that actually played today that came from our farm system. And when I say farm system, they start 8 years old.
Right.
And most towns have a football team. In England alone, there's like 92 professional teams that make up all those divisions.
Yeah.
And so when you grow up in a town, you probably played for that club. Let's take Wrexham. Wrexham probably has a youth program. So if you grew up in Wrexham, you probably played for Wrexham, and now they're climbing the table. So when you move, that's part of you. We're here. When I was at 8 years old, I wasn't part of the Tigers or the Packers. It wasn't like I played Pee Wee football and I was a Green Bay Packer when I was 8. Right. And so what you have
could have been called the Packers because the coach thought the Packers name and the colors were cool, but you had no true affiliation to the Packers.
No, not at all. And so I think it's just a cultural thing. Plus, there's not as many teams here, and the teams move around here. I mean, I'm sorry, Man City isn't going to go move to London and be Man City of London.
Right.
Let me guess. Liverpool, they're never going to go to Sussex.
Right.
I mean, those type of things don't happen. And so,
if a team from Liverpool, not that it would ever happen, but if the team in Liverpool, for whatever reason, got a new owner and decided to move to Sussex, first off, they would probably have assassination attempts from day one.
Yes.
2, they would no longer be Liverpool.
Yeah.
So what is Liverpool's name? Liverpool. What are they? Yeah.
So you know what Man United's is? The Red Devils. The Red Devils.
Okay.
I don't know what Liverpool's is. Now Arsenal is the Gunners.
Right,
because they were from an arsenal that actually had cannons. That's why we have a cannon as part of our thing. And Tottenham has a chicken on a ball, so that's because they're chickens.
They're the Spurs for the Fighting Cocks.
Yeah, they're foul. They're just foul.
Yeah. I'm with you there. I'm good with that.
But yeah, I don't know all of the nicknames.
The West Ham Hammers.
Well, I don't know what the hammer probably comes from working class of some sort, I would imagine.
Yeah. Let's see here. Let's go.
And why it's Man United Red Devils, I don't know.
Because their team color is red. And also probably
half football teams in the world colors are red.
But I believe it's the 6th Paras are the Red Devils.
Okay.
The 6th Parachute Division for the British Army.
Okay.
They're the Red Devils, so they might have somehow.
I think they're older than that, but there's probably something there. But what did Charles say? A young man followed the Bundesliga, Mönchengladbach. I can't even say it. Yeah. Bundesliga used to be a really, and not that it isn't a good league, but it used to be much more popular, I think, than it is today. Partially because the English Premier League has just started to dominate over the last 15, 20 years.
It looked like a griffin or some shit.
Oh, on Liverpool?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, again,
or if I was chicken breathing fire or
yeah, if I was a Liverpool fan, I'd know what their nickname was. Let me Google
that. See, the thing is, nowhere. So when you talk about NFL, you talk about the Chiefs. You talk about the Lions. You talk about the Packers, the Dolphins, the Giants, the Titans. Sometimes you'll say Detroit, or sometimes you'll say Kansas City, or sometimes you'll say Los Angeles.
Right.
But you refer to them by their nickname.
Yeah. Well, you'll get that. Okay, you do that with some clubs. Man United is just called Man U. Man City is just Man City.
Man City.
Right?
Yeah.
Arsenal, you'll hear them called the Gunners a lot. You'll hear Tottenham as Spurs.
Right. But there's still... So, like, if I go to NFL right now, NFL.com, and I accept the cookies, and I go to the schedule, how do they present themselves? Yeah, exactly. So, looking at the EPL webpage and looking at the NFL webpage, and actually, I will bring this up.
Okay.
Share screen. Here we go. You'll notice that it says the Buccaneers versus the Bills.
Yeah.
It's the Texans versus the Panthers.
Okay, hold on. Buccaneers against the Bills. I was talking with Zilla Blitz, and he was saying, because he's playing Farmville or Farm Sim, and he's growing corn, so he's like Buccaneer.
Nice.
And I said, and they're playing the Bills.
Hey.
Stupid stuff.
But you look at the EPL, and it's now some of them do like
Arsenal.
Yeah, Arsenal, but it's all by.
Now, see, some of them are okay. Chelsea is actually, I believe it's a neighborhood in North London.
Right, but you see they are listed by the name of the team.
Right.
The location of the team, not the nickname of the team. Whereas in the NFL, we're listing them by
the nickname.
Their nickname.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's what's interesting is you've got Liverpool, which is obviously in Liverpool, but their rival, and when you look at their stadiums, they are almost touching. They're that close. And that's Everton.
Liverpool and who?
Everton.
Who, Everton?
Yeah. So that's a big derby. And when they fly like the helicopter over, they're both in the shot because they're literally like a few miles apart.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I just find it interesting that it's like that. Let me take a look at something here. Yep. Texas lost 9-1. This is the first time in the World Series that both teams are representative of the state and not a city.
Texas Rangers and the
Arizona Diamondbacks.
Okay.
Now you almost had it. You could almost claim it. I think I don't remember what year it was. I think maybe 91 when it was the Florida Marlins versus the New York Yankees. But New York Yankees is for the city of New York.
Yeah, I get your point, though. It's not like New York State Yankees.
Yeah, it is the New York City Yankees. I just find that interesting.
Yeah, well, in the NBA, you've talked about this before, but the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
It's not even California. It's not even the Bay Area. It's not even the Oakland or San Francisco. It's just the Golden State.
Right. Now, what kills me, and to your point about moving around,
you keep the nickname.
The in some cases you do, some cases you don't. The Utah Jazz. You know why they're called the Utah Jazz?
Well, because I went and saw them when they were in New Orleans.
Because they started as the New Orleans Jazz.
Yeah, I saw them play in the Superdome with Pistol Pete Maravich when I was a kid. Yeah. I lived in New Orleans, and we went and saw the Jazz play.
Yeah. Now, the Houston Oilers moved, and became the Tennessee Oilers that became the Tennessee Titans when they moved from Nashville to Memphis.
Yeah.
Then you had the Baltimore Colts move to Indianapolis and stay the Indianapolis Colts. But then you had the Cleveland Browns move to Baltimore and became the Baltimore Ravens.
Yes.
Because Cleveland wanted to keep the name Brown, so when they got an expansion team, they kept the name the Cleveland Browns.
Yep.
Now, what's interesting is when the Baltimore Colts became the Indianapolis Colts, they kept the lineage. So all of the championships and everything stayed with them. When the Cleveland Browns moved to Baltimore, they were an expansion team, even though they have been in existence as the Cleveland Browns since like the 20s.
Yeah, they just do it differently. Well, okay, take the San Jose Earthquakes. I go to the MLS Cup the year they win it. First, we were the Quakes. We were the Clash. Okay.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
And I have a Clash jersey, and they were a Clash. And then the league, they moved them, did whatever. Then we get the Earthquakes. We have Landon Donovan. We win the Cup. And the very next year, they picked them up and moved them to Houston. And we didn't have a team. And yeah, they changed the name, but basically they picked and they kept all the records and everything in San Jose. So when San Jose finally got its third team,
that's what happened with Cleveland.
Yeah,
that's the deal the NFL or Art Modell made with the NFL. Is we will cut ties with Cleveland and everything if you let me move to Baltimore. And I think 3 seasons later, they brought Cleveland a team. They kept the name the Browns.
Yeah.
And they got to keep all of the records and everything.
Richard can't.
The Browns. We try not to talk about the Panthers. Well, they're playing against the Texans this week.
Then you got the Raiders, right? The Oakland Raiders, then the LA Raiders, then the Oakland Raiders, and now the Vegas Raiders.
The Vegas Raiders. Yeah, fuck the Raiders.
Yeah. Not that Al Davis didn't do a lot for the league when he was around. He was an innovator, but yeah. So you don't get that. Now, having said that, it's not like teams don't sometimes move. And another thing that'll happen, you'll have teams that will just go bankrupt and they just non-existent anymore. So that
I can see that absolutely.
Yeah, I mean that happens. But again, it's so back to the original thing. So once you pick a team, Arsenal, it's permanent.
You have to stay as an Arsenal fan.
Yeah, for good or for worse. Now I have other teams that I enjoy watching that I might root for, but my club is Arsenal. Yeah. But I like Ipswich Town because I would play them in FIFA. And there's a couple of other clubs that I'll follow. But if anybody is playing Arsenal's got to win. That's the only one that I really get emotionally attached to.
Here's something interesting. There's 2 types of fans in F1 racing.
Driver fans?
There's the driver fan.
Yeah.
And there's the team fan.
Yeah.
I'm a driver fan.
Oh.
When I first really started following F1, I really enjoyed watching Vettel drive.
Yeah.
And so he was my driver. He was the guy so when he left Red Bull and became driving for Ferrari, I rooted for Ferrari.
Yeah.
When he left Ferrari,
you get that in NASCAR too. You get the team fan and then the driver fan.
But see, in NASCAR though, teams aren't as important in NASCAR as they are in F1. It's because you don't hear about the team. There's not a constructors championship in NASCAR.
Is there not?
You never hear. If there is, you never hear about it.
You hear about the big ones, Hendricks Motorsports, right? And they had Jimmy Johnson and Gordon and one other guy. And most hardcore NASCAR fans know these teams, right?
But again,
you're right. I don't know if they have a constructors.
Yeah, it's not the same as F1 teams for a couple of reasons. First off, currently there's only 10 constructors. There's about to be 11 starting in 2025.
Okay.
That's
Tesla?
the Andretti. What's that?
Tesla?
No, Andretti Cadillac. A true American team. And you can't get any more F1 than frickin' Andretti.
Andretti. A true, yes, they're American, but, a true American team with Italian name. That's America, baby. That's America.
Exactly. We are a melting pot.
Yes, we
take
are.
Anybody. We will take any of your scrubs.
I'll take anybody. Better. Even the good ones. Good, bad, and
make
different.
Better.
Yeah, no, come.
So when Vettel finally made the smart move and got away from Ferrari, which is a toxic place. That's where good drivers go to die if your name's not Michael Schumacher.
Yeah.
He went to Aston Martin and drove for Aston Martin until he decided to retire.
So here's the thing. I like Hamilton. I think he just
because I am a Vettel fan. Just like you can't like Tottenham.
No, fair. I get it. It's not personal.
No, now with Hamilton, the reason I don't like Hamilton, it's not really anything to do with him as an individual.
Just the hype.
It's the hype and just how Mercedes dominated.
See,
for 8 years.
Here's where we are.
That'd be like Man City winning every single EPL championship for 8 years in a row.
Yeah, and they're going up for 4. And okay, so this is me. I actually like that. When you have a team, and that's why I don't like American sports, is because you get penalized for being good and winning, and you get rewarded for being shit. And it's just against my nature, right? They're good. You know what you do? You don't like it? You beat them. Get better. Now, if they're cheating, they're doing things against the rules, that's one thing. But if they're playing by the – and they're being investigated, City is. But if you're good, you're good. Beat them.
One of the and I'm fine with that. No, it's do I wish there was more? I would love seeing F1 be more like it was back in the 70s and 80s.
Oh yeah, that's not it's not possible though.
Where you had, 4 or 5 drivers all the way up to the very last of the race that could potentially win the championship. And the reason is,
you tell me if this is what you agree with. I think back then that driver skill had more of an impact than it does today.
Absolutely.
Not saying that drivers that have skill don't win, but the team, the technology, the amount of money that goes into it with that good driver makes you unbeatable, right? Where I think back in the day, the technical side of things was a little more, I don't want to say even, but closer.
Right. Yeah. So your top teams back in the 70s and 80s did not have the huge disparity, the gap between your top teams and your mid runners wasn't as great.
Yeah, and that's money and technology these days.
Because right now, for the past 3 years, Red Bull has been lights out, the best team on the track with a great driver, Max Verstappen.
Yeah. Who's the guy for Ferrari? The number one driver for Ferrari is good.
Leclerc?
Yeah, that kid is good.
Shock of shocks, and I'm not being facetious about this. It was truly shocking. Ferrari closed out the 1-2 positions at the beginning of the grid for tomorrow's race in Mexico.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, nobody was expecting that. Number 3 is Verstappen. Number 4, out of fucking nowhere, Daniel Ricciardo in the AlphaTauri, which is Red Bull's junior team.
Yeah.
It's like, how the hell did he pull that off? I'm a big Daniel Ricciardo fan for 2 reasons. One, he was Vettel's teammate when Vettel was at Red Bull. 2, he's Australian, and Australians are cool just because they're from Australia, and you got to give them something.
Okay.
And 3, he just has, well, he's got a great attitude, and he loves Texas.
Okay, there you go.
To the point where, if I'm not mistaken, he has purchased a ranch in the hill country to spend time at when he comes to the United States to race in the U.S. Grand Prix, which is in Austin.
Okay, there you go.
But he's he's a super nice guy. He's always got a smile on his face. He's always willing to, and really, honestly, all of the F1 drivers are like this. He's willing to spend time with the fans. But even more.
I agree. I don't follow it as closely as you do. It's something that I've watched back when Senna was racing, right? Because I started watching NASCAR when I was in my teens. And I follow Formula
with Bill Elliott and Jeff Bodine, and
even before that, the Baker brothers were racing.
Yeah,
Petty, the King was still on the track when I started watching.
Yeah,
again, I'm like 10 years older than you, so
number 43, the King.
Yep, STP, man. I had to have that STP sticker when I was a kid just because
the King had it.
Yeah, I put it on my bike.
Right, made you go faster, didn't it?
Oh, obviously it did. I mean, hello. See, back then, car racing was simple. If you had the cool-looking car, you had a driver with an attitude and some cool stickers, you were going to be fast.
Yeah, until they decided Ford was cheating and had to put restrictor plates on their carburetors because GM bitched about it.
Yeah. Like you can go down to the dealer and buy one of those. Good luck. Anyway.
No, seriously.
No, so I like the Formula stuff. I always have a soft spot for Ferrari because it's Ferrari. It's classic. It's red. And it's just cool seeing a Ferrari go around the track. And Leclerc, I like.
Leclerc's a cool kid.
The reason I like Hamilton is because he's a winner.
Oh, yeah.
And was it 2 years ago? He would have won his 7th, but finished he got passed on the final lap of the last race of the year to lose, which is just crazy. And that would have been his 7th championship, which would have put him above
Schumacher.
What I'm talking just in motorsports would have put him above Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah.
Because Johnson's got 6.
Yes.
Not that you can compare them, but people do. So
right.
I love it. I mean, it's cool to see because I like science. I like technology, and you have all of that in the cars, right? And now to the point where do they even have pit stops anymore? I know that some of them they're taking the pit stops out because of the fuel. Let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that. You pit for tires, but in some races you don't add fuel.
No F1, no F series, F1, F2, F3, F2000. None of the F series races have refueling.
Yeah, they took that out a few years ago.
About 20 years ago.
Was it that long?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I thought it was like 5 years.
No. They have not been refueling F1 races since before I really started following in 2012.
Okay. Well, okay, it's been much longer than, because I find that, and they said safety reasons, and I get it. It makes sense.
Well, there was one of the big reasons is that during a pit stop, they didn't wait for the fuel can to completely empty. So when they pulled it back, fuel spilled out over the cowling, the engine cowling, and burst into flames, caught all of the pit stop crew and the driver in the flames.
Yeah. No, it was just they did too dangerous.
Let's not do this anymore.
Yeah.
But they are required to run at least, unless it rains, run at least 2 different tire types.
Yeah. That I knew.
Yeah. So there has to be at least 1 pit stop per race.
Yeah, to change that.
Yeah. And where the team comes into play is you've got your team principal that's basically controlling both cars, giving them strategies. But then each driver has their own garage crew.
Right.
Now, it's the same pit crew, but on the pit wall, I've got this set of guys giving him stats about the other cars around him, and his race engineer telling him, hey, your delta to the car ahead of you is 4 seconds, the delta behind you is 2 seconds, etc. So that's where the team comes in. But it's you're out there for yourself in most cases, and something there are team orders where you need to let so and so pass because he's faster. Fuck you.
Hey, and you get that. I'm sorry.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So, and kind of going back to baseball, people say baseball's a team sport. It is, but it isn't. And the reason I say it isn't,
yes, I think we're going to agree. I know what you're going to say, but go ahead.
There is a team of guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's 10 of them? Nine on a team, right? But at any one given time, there is one guy versus one guy.
Mm-hmm.
There is the pitcher and the batter. And they are the one. And the infield.
Actually, I'll modify that slightly because the catcher plays a big role in calling the pitches and managing those pitchers. Your point on mano a mano, I agree.
I can accept that
one, but it's less of a team. I get it because you got a guy standing out at second base that's not really contributing to that confrontation until the ball's played.
Now, and the reason I bring it up is because I started thinking about this is none of the other sports, none of the other team sports focus as dramatically on individual stats than they do in baseball.
Yep.
It's what is the batter's batting average? What is the batter's slugging average? What is the batter's on base average?
Mm-hmm.
It's not the team's batting average. It's not the team's. It's the team's.
They'll say that to illustrate a point, but to your point, you have individual stats. Now they try to do that in football, but it's not the same. Obviously, somebody who's a good quarterback is going to complete a bunch of passes, but
right. But
and my buddy who's a Charger fan, because I was talking about how impressed I am with Purdy, and he was like, "Well, yeah, he's on a good team," and I was like, "So is this Lance kid that we drafted, and he turned out to not be all that good."
Right.
Let me rephrase that. Not what he was expected to be.
Exactly.
He's probably still very good. I mean, he is a professional. Okay.
Right. He's in the NFL. He is one of 53 out of 32 teams.
Yeah, and there's a reason he's there. It's because he's got skills. But in baseball, you have individuals, and they'll say, "Oh, Mike's batting average against Chris is he's 5 for 102. He can't seem to hit Chris's splitter or whatever."
Right.
Right. Yeah. And it'll go on for like your whole career or whatever. And they can break it down like that.
And they can come up with the most inane stats. Like batter up now is only hits a 157 against lefties on a night game that started after 6 p.m. on the East Coast that with the wind coming in from the left outfield. Like, how the fuck do you know this?
And this was before the internet.
Exactly. It blows my, so I get why people that grew up in baseball towns have such a love for baseball.
Yeah.
I didn't grow up in a baseball town. I grew up in San Antonio. I didn't have a major league team in my town. We had a minor league team. At the time, it was the San Antonio Missions. They're now something else. What's that?
It's not the same.
No, it's not. It's and really until I moved to Kansas City, I followed the Dolphins, but I didn't live, die, and breathe them.
Right.
I live, die, and breathe
Texas
the
football.
Kansas City Chiefs. I watched a Kansas City Chiefs game from start to finish live for the first time in almost a decade 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
Because I can get so emotionally invested and involved that my heart rate goes up, my blood pressure rises. If they're doing badly, I can destroy things.
Yeah. I was not quite to that level, but it affected me. And so I started, as I got older, I became more pragmatic.
Yeah.
These guys make so much money, they could give a rat's ass about me.
Sure.
Why do I put so much time and energy and emotion? And so even as much as I am an Arsenal fan, and there are games that we lose, but it only affects me for a few hours, and then I move on. Where before,
it would sit over you.
Oh, my God. I think the last time that I really bought into something was the year the Warriors lost to the Cavaliers when they were up 3-1. Actually, that was the nail. I'll tell you the series before that really killed me as getting too emotionally attached. But on that one,
Michigan and Texas?
No, it was Cal going to the Rose Bowl.
I was talking about
No, that was one of them. Cal should be going to the Rose Bowl. And what are they doing having somebody who's not Big Ten, Pac-10 going to the Rose Bowl? That's sacrilege.
And Texas goes two years in a row.
Yeah.
And one of them was for a national championship.
Yeah. No, so what really opened my eyes is when I realized that the NBA, it's not fixed. but it's manipulated. And
I can see that.
And I get it. It's big money. And
real big money.
And I was so distraught after we lost that. I said, no more, not again. I'm not gonna. And the one the series before that was I'm a Sharks fan, and they were playing the LA Kings, first round of the playoffs. We were up 3-0, and they come back and win the next 4 games and eliminate the Sharks. And what was weird is at the end of the 3rd game when we won, and I think Kelly Rudy was their goalie, they're talking to him post-game. And this guy was ice cold, his emotions. He was just like, yeah, we're not out of this. And you could tell he wasn't defeated, and they came back and won it. And I was so distraught. I have not watched hockey since then. And then the Warriors turned me off on that series with the Celtics. Just turned me off of the NBA. There's a number of other reasons, stupid ones, and so I now decide I'm going to root for something that I enjoy watching, and the sport that I enjoy watching the most is football, soccer, because I understand it. I coached it, and the passion, the fact that it's a grassroots level. Again, the guy that scored the hat trick today was probably signed his first professional contract at 14 or 15 with Arsenal, and was probably with them when he was 8. Smith Rowe was on the field. Saka. Those are all 3 of these guys played since they were kids together, and now they're playing at one of the biggest clubs in the world, in one of the biggest leagues in the world. And it's just, I love that type of community. As weird as that sounds.
I'm going to touch on a couple of comments that we have slacked on. Charles, yes. It looks like the Chicago Bears may be moving to, I think it's Oak Park, which is a suburb of Chicago. They're still going to be called the Chicago Bears, just like the Dallas Cowboys play in Arlington, the New York Jets and the New York Giants play in the Meadowlands, New Jersey.
The Niners play in Santa Clara.
Yeah, so they're still going to be the Bears from Chicago.
The Bears.
He is a Porsche race fan. Unfortunately, there isn't a Porsche F1 team, which I'm kind of surprised, but then again, I'm not surprised because Porsche is more of a road car, GT car.
Mm-hmm.
Ferrari has always been an F1 company.
Yep.
It looks like Audi is on again, off again, thinking about, and of course Audi owns Porsche, but Audi has been an on again, off again. They were an original F1 team. He says, my younger days, FIM Motocross World Championships. I remember watching those back in the 70s and 80s.
Yep.
Absolutely. And he says, back in the early 60s, my folks knew the Bettenhausen family when I was a kid back in Illinois. They lost family members to racing.
Yep.
Peter Berg says, love watching Major League Baseball, but will turn off a blowout game. It is better when you follow one team closely and know the players and how they are performing. I agree. I don't care enough about baseball because, again, I didn't grow up in a baseball town. My cousin Greg, he is a Kansas City Royals fan, born and bred.
The 3-run homer turned me off of baseball.
What do you mean the 3-run homer?
That's what they play for nowadays. I grew up in an era where you had Curt Flood. You had Ricky Henderson, hit and run, stealing bases, getting walks, having playing the strategy of the game gave way to the designated hitter and the 3-run homer. Don't steal second. If you get thrown out, that could cost us a run. And so that to me is boring baseball. I don't care if the ball, you hit a home run. Woo, big fucking deal. You're probably roided up and all you're trying to do is hit it over the fence. And I find that boring as fuck. I'm sorry.
Hey,
Again, now I'm not a Ricky. I've never been an A's fan, but to watch somebody with that talent,
you're a small ball fan.
I like home runs, but I don't like.
What I'm saying is, you like
a game is decided by 4 or 5 or 7 home runs in a game.
Oh yeah, no, I get that
consistently, not like every now and then.
I get that.
So yeah, if you want to call it small ball, it's more the strategy of the game was different,
right?
And that's what I like, and that's lost. So
you know how you fix that?
Yeah, I watch English Premier League football.
No. how you fix the game of baseball? You push the fences back another 50 feet.
I get why they're doing it. I would, this extra innings, put a guy on second. You know what that reminds me of? Beer league slow pitch softball. I got to get to work tomorrow. It's getting late. Why don't we just put a guy on second?
Yeah. No. So anyway, Liverpool or the Reds?
The Reds. I wanted to say that earlier, but I think it's a little more than just the Reds. But okay.
Here's something that might get your goat a bit.
Okay.
About the Liverpool team, the Reds. They are owned by Fenway Sports Group Holdings, LLC.
Yeah, I know. And I know who's has some ownership in that as well. An NBA player.
They are a conglomerate who owns the NASCAR's RFK Racing, Major League Baseball's Boston Red Sox, Premier League's Liverpool, National Hockey League's Pittsburgh Penguins, and the yet-to-be-named Boston team in the TMRW Golf League.
What? Okay. And LeBron James has some ownership in that.
LeBron James is a key investor.
So Arsenal, you know who owns Arsenal now? The Cronkies. They own the Rams, and as a Niner fan, I'm not a Rams fan.
Oh yeah.
They own the Colorado Rapids. They own the Colorado Avalanche. They own the Denver Nuggets. They won a World Series, an NBA championship, and a Stanley Cup all within 18 months.
Yep.
That arguably is the greatest sports franchise to win 3 championships in 3 major sports. And if Arsenal was any good, they could maybe get a championship out of Arsenal, and that would just be crazy. But think of that, dude. NBA,
think about this.
NHL, and NFL. And I think they own the Rockies too.
Think about this. Philadelphia is so cursed that in 18 months or maybe a little longer, they lost the NHL, the NBA, the NFL, and Major League Baseball.
That's brutal.
All 4 got to the championship, but
probably lost to the guy that lives in LA.
Well, the Eagles lost to my Chiefs. So.
Okay. Yeah.
The Phillies lost to the Diamondbacks, Arizona.
Okay. Now it's crazy when you look at it from a global sense. Who owns what?
Yeah.
In fact, what's interesting is, so Chelsea used to be an average team until a Russian billionaire bought them, and then they started winning. And when the Ukraine-Russian war, conflict, whatever you want to call it, started, the guy who was the owner of Chelsea was basically forced out.
Yeah.
Hey, you're a Russian. You're bad. Okay. And I believe the guy who bought him is American. His name is Todd Bowley. And I think he's a VC guy. He knows almost nothing about the sport. And he is just buying guys just because he can, not because they
fit.
And he's doing things that are unheard of. 8-year contracts. That's unheard of in football and probably any professional sports. And so you look at Chelsea right now. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, they won the Champions League, which is like the epitome. It's the top of the top. I think the league is, but I'm in a minority. Winning the Champions League is a big deal. They go from that to now. What are they sitting 11th on the table? They tied. That's who we tied. Yeah. We tied them at home, and everybody's thinking we were going to beat them, and we came from behind 2 goals.
They're 3-3. They're 3-3 and 4.
And it's not looking good for them. And they've spent so much money, like $1 billion, on their lineup
with only 12 points.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Who the hell names their? The team is Wolverhampton Wanderers.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you call yourself the Wolves?
That's their nickname, is the Wolves. Their logo is a wolf.
Yeah, but they're the Wolverhampton Wanderers. They should be just.
I don't know where that comes from. Yeah.
Fucking Brits.
You got Crystal Palace. I don't know what their nickname is. The Eagles, I think. I think they're the Eagles.
Wolverhampton Wanderers Football Club. They're the Wolves or the Wanderers. They've been around for 146 years.
Yeah.
It started as the St. Luke's Football Club in Molyneux Stadium.
Molyneux, yep.
It's French, doesn't matter. West Midlands, England. Okay. Who are you asking about?
Oh, I said Crystal Palace.
Oh, Chelsea.
Well, Chelsea is
Crystal
the Blues.
Palace.
I think they're just called the Blues.
Yeah. Crystal Palace Football Club.
I think they're the Eagles.
The Eagles or the Glaziers?
Oh, okay. Now, the Glaziers is the family that owns Man United.
Well, no. The reason why
that's the name of the owners of Man United are the Glazers.
Well, the reason why they're the Glaziers is because it's Crystal Palace.
Ah.
The Glass Palace.
Yes.
The people that put the glass up are the Glaziers.
Yes. Yeah. Once you said that, boom, light bulb.
They play at Selhurst Park.
Selhurst Park, and they're in London, right?
Commonly referred to as Palace, a professional football club based in Selhurst in the borough of Croydon, South London.
Yep. Yeah.
That's the reason why they're not Selhurst or Croydon is because they were created as a professional team in 1905 at the Crystal Palace Exhibition Building.
Look at you with your knowledge.
Anybody knows this from Wikipedia.
Look at you with your reading skills.
But they claim their foundation all the way back to 1861. After a disputed lineage was found to an amateur Crystal Palace football team who first played on a cricket pitch inside the palace grounds.
So Wrexham, I believe, plays on the oldest football pitch in the world.
Wrexham FC. Professional Association Football Club based in Wrexham, Wales. There you go. I got to pick them.
Well, also, what's his name's team?
Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, that's a great story. They got promoted last year.
And then got relegated.
No.
They're in there now?
So they were in the very lowest division. They'd been there forever. The first year with Reynolds, they get to the playoffs but don't get promoted. Last year they got promoted, and now they're in the next division up. And they're a team that it would not surprise anybody if in 4 or 5 years that they are in the division below the Premier League and potentially one of those teams that bounces up and down, depending on how much money they spend on them.
So for this season, or for last season, 2022, 2023, they were in the National League.
Okay, yeah.
First of 24. So, yeah, they would have moved up.
So I root for them, but if they ever make it to the Premier League, I'm going to want Arsenal to stomp them. But
sure.
Outside of that, I'm like, I like Wrexham. I like the story.
They're the oldest club in Wales and the third oldest professional association team in the world.
Right, and I think their pitch is actually the oldest pitch that's still used in the world.
Racecourse ground, known for sponsorship reasons as the Stocke Ras. I can't. It's Welsh, so it sounds like someone spitting gravel. Football stadium in Wrexham, Wales. It is the home of the Wrexham AFC. It's the world's oldest international football club stadium that still hosts international matches, having hosted Wales' first home international match in 1877.
Wow. And when they bought the team, they didn't get the rights to the stadium. They had to buy that separately.
Now, speaking of famous people buying into teams, I just found out that Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce bought into an F1 team.
Oh, really? Because I had heard Taylor Swift now owns the Chiefs.
Yeah, pretty much. And I'm okay with this. I don't have a problem with her.
I don't either. Hey, that's fine. Whether they're dating or not, who cares?
Hey, she's enjoying coming to the games and having fun. So the camera shows. Hey, it's got all the Swifties watching football now.
There you go.
And that's what the NFL wants.
Exactly.
NFL wants viewers. But they bought into Alpine.
Okay.
Racing.
So Peter says small ball baseball is coming back with the bigger bases and the pickoff limit. A pickoff limit?
I don't know what that is.
I know they have a pitch limit. You can only try. Well, again, they're not stealing anymore, or they not like they used to anyway. But
for a part of that goes back to your college and high school teams, though. They're not teaching it.
No, they got aluminum again. 3-run homer. Play the 3-run homer. So I got a baseball trivia question for you. You might get
42.
Who's the only player that during the season played a full season, had hundreds of at-bats, had the highest batting average, but did not win a batting title?
That's a good question, and I don't know.
It was, oh my God, his name just jumped out of my head. Oh, I can see his face. Okay. He played, so here's what happened. He played for the A's. He played half the season, and he was leading the American League in hitting and batting. No, not Tony Gwynn. No, not Wade Boggs. He then gets traded at the All-Star break to the Giants and goes on and has the best batting average in the league. But because he did not have enough at-bats in either the American or the National League, no. Carney Lansford, I used to see all the time. His daughter went to my daughter's school, and I would sit next to him on the bench when he was getting his kids, when he lived in San Ramon. No, Willie McGee. Willie McGee had the highest batting average for the whole season, but because almost exactly half of his bats were in the American League and the other half were in the National, he didn't qualify for any title in either league, but he was the best hitter in the league. Willie McGee. Because they don't have a overall best hitter in baseball. It's American League, National League.
Peter says stealing was way up this year. And then he says only 3 chances to pick off the runner at first. If you don't get them at the third try, the runner gets to second base.
What? Again, it's turning into Friday night freaking beer league. There we go. 1985 MVP, Willie McGee.
Yep.
You looked it up at that point.
Nguyen says, has anyone ever played Blood Bowl? Yes, I have. It's a fun little game.
I haven't, but maybe I should paint up a team. Who would I play?
A buddy of mine painted up a Chaos Dwarf Blood Bowl team. Yeah, and the Rangers won last night, so they're tied 1-1, Mutt. I wasn't going to say anything until the series is over. I don't talk smack until my team.
Oh, that's not okay. Smack. You don't talk smack then. You got to put it on the line. There's got to be a chance that you could lose and be wrong.
Oh, all I know is the Texas Rangers better not do what they did in 2011. And that's choke. Oh. They were literally 1 out away in Game 5.
They brutal.
Choked it. They choked it.
Warmutt's got a. Why is he a D-back fan?
He lives in Arizona.
It was a rhetorical question, dude.
Yeah, I can see the Rangers winning in 5 because the next 3 games are in Arizona, and the Rangers are undefeated in their opponent's stadium this entire postseason.
Chris,
they went 2-0 against.
Take a breath. All of a sudden, you're leaning into the camera. You're pointing.
2-0. They went 2-0 against.
Your voice volume is picking up.
Baltimore. They went 3-0 against the Astros. They will go 3-0 against the D-backs, the D-bags in Arizona to win it. In Arizona to rub your dusty-ass face in your dusty-ass dirt that you call a lawn. Did you want smack?
That's some proper smack talk. There we go.
I love you, Mutt. No matter who comes out winning, I still love you, Mutt, because we're both Chiefs fans, and I can live with that.
I'm still a Niner fan.
You can be a Niner fan. Chiefs beat them. I don't care.
Yeah.
20-10. And then the Chiefs got turned on. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, it's true. Nothing I can say. Although I'll tell you, I only watched the highlights. But I saw second or third week, I was watching some of Purdy's highlights, and oh my God, this kid is he went through his first read, second read, hit the third read. He did not look like he's only played for a year and a half. His ability, huh? Go ahead.
You know what's interesting about Purdy?
Other than being go ahead.
He's Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah. That's even, and it's like, how did everybody miss this kid? Meow.
Cat.
Hey, Mutt, by the way, I'm still printing stuff for you, dude. Some of them I had to throw out. Some of those free files didn't.
Fair weather fan. Dude, I've been a Rangers fan.
I think he's saying I'm a fair weather fan.
Oh, for the Niners?
And I've been a Niner fan since before Joe Montana. But
that hack?
Yeah. Well, my favorite quarterback is actually Steve Young.
He was the better Niners quarterback. I'll be honest.
I liked him more. It's arguably, who was better. They were both very, very good.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I say that Joe Montana.
Oh, see, I live in California. Fair weather fan. Okay.
It's tuna fish, not tuna fish. There you go, Mutt. There you go. Good boy.
That's the dolphin.
See, he knows I'm right, so he has to pull up the things that, words that drive me insane.
Well,
it's a sandwich,
hey, I needed your support earlier, Warmutt. We were getting into the whole fajita, chicken fajitas and squirrel fajitas, and yeah. Nice. Hey, don't they have flank steaks? You can get the flank off of a squirrel.
They're about that big, and they cost $47.
But it's still flank meat, so therefore it can be a fajita.
Nice.
Anyway,
we've been talking about absolute garbage, and I've got 7 people watching.
I know. You know what? I miss being on and chatting with you guys. It's just life has just been throwing me a huge curveball just with work.
I understand,
and so it's gonna continue. I'm just learning to carve stuff out. When it first started, I was just like, just like a train wreck, man. It was just like a train wreck. So
I get it.
Not that I haven't been busy in general, but it's now we're more focused, and I'm not being pulled in other directions to do things that aren't part of my division, which is really nice.
Yeah.
And we're starting to get a little more on a company-wide focus on what we're doing in the division. So it's very, very optimistic, and I'm in a good place mentally, even though I'm exhausted. So. Anyway.
Part of that deal with Mahomes and Kelsey buying into the Alpine racing, was Ryan Reynolds.
Oh, he would help facilitate that?
Yeah. And actually, I think it's Ryan Reynolds in June, and then Mahomes and Kelsey like in September.
Okay.
So it's 2 different. Yeah, but so Ryan Reynolds and Mahomes and Kelsey bought into, and Reynolds his group dropped $200 million into it.
Well, here's the thing. What he's doing is something that, because I've been a football fan for a long time, and I always said if I ever hit like multi-million-dollar, I would go do something like that. Yeah, I would go do something like that, because it's just there's very few now outside of the sport. You can't go get a major league team in the United States.
Not for less than several $1 billion.
Right. You just can't. Okay, so let me throw this out. Let me get your feedback. I think this is a shame, and it's purely a money grab. In world football, they have what's called the Ballon d'Or. Think of that as the MVP of the league, and that this spans all the leagues. This is like each year, this is the best player in world football.
Yes. And by football, you mean soccer.
Yes. So the Ballon d'Or, it's a big deal. Do you know who won it this year?
Probably some American schmuck on MSL.
Okay, so the MLS doesn't rate as a professional league on the same level as all the European leagues. It's just not.
No, I get that. But that's what I'm saying.
Lionel Messi wins the Ballon d'Or playing in the MLS.
Yeah. That's what I said. Now, to be fair, Lionel Messi is not an American schmuck. He's an Argentinian who plays for American schmucks.
Well, and you know who owns his team? David Beckham.
That hack?
Yeah, that hack. I actually like Beckham. No, so here's my thing. I get that he's popular. They're cashing in. They are just cashing in on him, and he wins this. He does not play in a league that plays at the highest level. He's not in France, which they call that a farmers league. You know why? Because they had a team of farmers go through their cup. And these are guys that like deliver milk during the day, and they play soccer in the weekends.
Yeah.
And they get into the big tournament and they progress to the championship game. And everybody's going, it can't be that tough of a league if a bunch of farmers can make it to your basically FA Cup final. So they, derogatorily call it a farmers league.
Yeah.
But the MLS is like, if it was in England, it would be
2-3 tiers down.
Arguably one tier, but one or two.
Yeah, championship or the one below championship.
Yeah, and it might be one of the. But having said that, how do you win the Ballon d'Or playing in that league? I don't care who you are. It would be like, Mahomes playing in Canada and winning the NFL's MVP.
Right.
He's not even in the freaking league. Yeah, he's good. In Canada, he'd probably throw 200 touchdowns in a season or something crazy, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. That just bothered me. And I'm not anti-Messi. I like Messi. I just think that was just a money grab.
Could it be from his international play?
The quality of international play is below club level. It's not even close.
Okay.
It gets hyped because you got it's the U.S. It's England. It's France. It's the World Cup. Yeah, that's a big thing. But keep in mind, Arsenal and Man City and Man United and Real Madrid.
They've got the best of the best from all of these other
all over the world. Teams. We got a guy who's the best player in Ghana, plays on our team, right?
Right.
And he's really, really good. But you stick him when he goes to his national team, it's like it's a varsity player that somehow one day ended up playing freshman football.
Right.
Yeah, I'm a blue chip.
It would be like Nolan Ryan pitching for
a T-ball league,
the double A Corpus Christi Hooks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The diving. I agree.
Not anymore so than the NBA.
No, it is because, the NBA has it, and they had you're a star, so you get preferential treatment because you're a star. I think all leagues do that to some degree, but to his point, it's pretty bad, and here's what happens: is if you don't go down, you don't get the call.
Right.
So a defender could foul you. You don't go down, and it's almost like, well, no harm, no foul. Well, yeah, it was a foul. I just happened to be athletic enough that I ran through it or whatever. And so what happens is when you get fouled, you go down.
Same thing in the NBA.
Yeah.
The flopping in the NBA. It's horrible. It's horrible.
So I think James Harden is amazing as a basketball player, but when he can work the rules that you can be defending him legally and he jumps into a shot and into you, initiating it, and you get called for the foul.
Right, because you don't have your feet set.
Or whatever, right? He knows the rules so well that his game is about getting a foul called on you.
Yeah.
That's a game. To me, that's gaming the system. I don't. And he's so good, he doesn't need to do that, in my opinion.
But is he that good because he can do that?
That's a good question.
Because what's going to happen when you start getting called for the foul over and over again? You're not going to guard him as close.
Exactly.
So now he's got to clear a shot.
Yeah, no, that's a 100% valid point. Yeah. But so going back to Messi, I don't want to take anything away from him, but I think when you're playing in the MLS, how do you win the Ballon d'Or and it not be a money grab?
Oh, absolutely.
That's just, and that's one of the reasons why I don't put any weight into MVPs, anything that's a subjective voting for a title or an award, especially in sports. Go out and win it. You won the league. You scored more points. You hit more 3-run homers, whatever. It wasn't a bunch of sports writers who said, we think XYZ is the best player this year. Because that's how you end up with a Ballon d'Or going to a guy playing in a Bush League.
Yeah.
So what's he going on? Unnecessary roughness on the passer, number 52, nudged QB.
Oh, it's a bunch of garbage lately. You look at the quarterback wrong, and they're calling a foul against you.
Well,
perfect example. Last year,
the NFL stands for the National Flag League.
I was about to say something that would have gotten me just lit up, but last year, Chris Jones stripped and recovered a fumble on the quarterback. It was a strip sack and fumble recovery.
Mm-hmm.
And he got called for roughing the passer. When the tackle happened, he no longer had possession of the ball. Chris Jones had possession of the ball when the tackle happened. He was the runner at that time. And he got called for a personal 15-yard foul.
You don't. So here's what happened in the Man City game with Arsenal. Keep in mind they beat us the last 12 times and it hasn't been close. Okay, and in the league, and that means we play them twice a year. That means we hadn't beaten them in 6 years. They have a guy slide tackle. Foot comes up, studs up into the ankle of our player. That's a straight red card. He gets a yellow. Yeah. Okay. And one of the announcers is, well, it was more than a yellow, but it wasn't quite a red. And I'm like, oh, what does that mean?
Spikes up, red card.
Yeah. So he gets a yellow. Literally 5 minutes later, he does the exact same thing to another player. No, because a second yellow, he's sent off. The referee immediately says, no, he doesn't call it. The league came out and apologized.
That doesn't help the game.
Well, the referee is going, it's Man City against Arsenal. The first and second place teams last year. It's a big game. He didn't want to send a player off because that has a dramatic effect on the outcome of the game. Never mind the fact that the first one should have been a straight red. The second one arguably could have been a straight red and didn't even get the second yellow. Livid.
See, I know enough about football, association football, to be dangerous. I know enough about it to talk about it somewhat.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's...
Well, first week in the season this year, Man United's got a new keeper. He comes out on a play, misses the ball, and just flattens a defender or an attacker in his box. That should have been a penalty. It wasn't called. The league apologized and said, yes, whenever a goalie goes for a play like that, doesn't get the ball and takes a player out, that is a penalty. Well, last week when we're playing Chelsea, the exact same thing happened. Their keeper comes out, flattens Jesus, doesn't get the ball. They don't say anything. No call, no inquiry, nothing. when the league itself had come out a few weeks earlier and said, well, that's definitely a foul, and we're going to call those in the future. Well, unless it's a big game on TV and we don't want a game decided by a call.
Right.
Anyway, and it's not just because I'm an Arsenal fan. The first game of the season was not against Arsenal, and Man United keeper did that. And there's other examples where they had one game with Liverpool. They had 2 guys sent off in the same game. They were down to 9 guys, and then they score a goal that would have tied it, I believe, and yet they called the guy offsides. And when you went back and looked at the VAR, he wasn't offsides. And they're like, how could you make that? You've got the technology that should have never been an offside call, and robbed them of a result. It was that bad of a call. So anyway.
So it happens everywhere.
Yep.
People who are crying about the officiating in the NFL. And to some degree, yeah, I can see that. But it's everywhere.
It is.
It's not just the NFL. It's just, it's in the NBA, it's in the NHL, it's in the EPL.
Yep. I get that they're humans and they make mistakes, but when they put in technology specifically that would help them eliminate it, and they still make the mistakes, and they come out week after week and apologize that, yes, we got that wrong. Yes, we got that wrong. Yes, we got that wrong.
Exactly.
And what they've started doing now to make it more transparent is you hear them talking on the checks. They make that public now. You hear the officials
when they come together and chat.
Well, no, because they're doing it. Keep in mind, there's only one referee in a soccer match, and then 2 linesmen, and so the VAR is done off-site, like the NHL. They have their okay, and so they had a game last week, and I think this might have been the Liverpool one, where they just miscommunicated. The guy, they were checking to see if the guy was offsides, and he wasn't. And one of the officials was like, thought that everybody was agreeing that he was onside. Everybody else was saying he was off, and the one guy who thought he was on goes, "Yep, that's what I thought too." Something along those lines.
Yeah.
But he was thinking, yes, he's off, he's onside, when the question was he offside? And when you hear the actual community, and you kind of go, okay. You can see how that can happen. You're a little more lenient, but you still go, but that's your job. That's the only job you have. It's not like you're selling hot dogs and checking VAR.
Right.
So
something I liked about the XFL.
Oh, I had season tickets. I love the XFL.
Well, they brought the XFL back.
I think I still have my Demons t-shirt.
But on the televised, whenever there was a booth replay, they would go. They had a camera and mic on the booth, on the reviewer in New York or wherever they were, and they would hear him talking to the refs on the field about what they saw and what the video is showing and everything else.
And they did it live.
Just like what you, yeah.
See, the EPL doesn't do it live. They'll come out afterwards and say, here's the audio or here's what was said. After
the XFL did it live as it was being done.
You know, it's only a matter of time before they start taking a poll, a fan poll. Was that a pass interference? 42% say no, 12 are undecided, but a majority say that was pass interference. Ref throws the flag. Oh, come on. Tell me you wouldn't watch more games if you could make the call. Just saying.
Yeah. The problem is, it would need to be. The problem you run into, though, is if you do it for just in the stadium, you would never get a call if you're the visiting team.
Yeah.
If you did it with the television crew, with the television audience.
Yeah.
If you're
there's no way you could come up with a scenario to do it fair.
Yeah, if you were the favored team, like 10 years ago, Patriots would never get a call.
Well, okay,
because everybody wanted the Patriots to lose.
And how many
right now the
Taylor
Chiefs
Swift
would
fans
never get a call?
Make sure that every call went in the favor of the Chiefs right now.
What's that?
Every Taylor Swift fan would make sure every call went in the Chiefs' favor.
Yeah, exactly. But actually, it'd actually be a lot fairer because you got all the Taylor Swift fans and then the rest of the NFL real fans going against each other.
The real fans are going to lose that one every time.
But see, they're going to break up. She's going to write a song about it, and then everybody will be against the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Hey, while you got it, live it up.
Yeah.
Charles says Padres. Yeah, they've always kind of been the forgotten team, and even more so than the Angels in California. You've had the Giants, the Dodgers, the A's, the Angels, and then maybe people go, "Oh, that's right, San Diego has a team."
San Diego has a team.
Yeah, well, that's right. Tony Gwynn played there.
Right.
Yeah.
The only reason why I remember the Angels,
Nolan
Ryan.
Yeah.
Probably the only reason anybody remembers the Angels.
Rod Carew played for the Angels at one point, didn't he?
Yeah, but I remember him from the Twins.
Yeah, well, that's where he made his name, right? Yeah. Well, okay, who else? Who else was a big Angel? I mean, let me think.
See?
Hold on. There's somebody. There's got to be somebody. I'm not an American League fan, so it's a real stretch. But beyond Nolan Ryan, who else was a? And there's probably somebody in our audience is going to say, "Oh, so and so," and I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I forgot about him." Yeah, I can't think.
Yeah, but I throw out Dodgers. Who comes to mind when you think of the Dodgers?
Lasorda.
Kirk Gibson.
That
home run.
When they beat the A's, I was happy because I dislike the A's more than I dislike the Dodgers.
Yeah. Oakland A's.
Oh my God, there's a long list. Because I grew up in the Bay Area, so I know a lot of the. I mean,
so you'll know more than I. But for me, Ricky Henderson.
Yeah, Dave Kingman, the original DH. Let me rephrase that. One of the original DHs, but he was like a .138 hitter who just would hit the ball out of the. He would literally hit the ball to Napa. He was one of those guys. He was big, and when he connected, the ball just left. I was like, yeah, that's in the parking lot.
Seattle Seahawks. Seattle Mariners.
I can only think of one,
and that is
Ichiro.
Ken Griffey, Senior.
Oh. Junior. Senior played for the Reds.
That's right. Yeah, Junior. But San Diego, you have to go.
No. San Diego, actually, you've got, besides Tony Gwynn, you also had Dave Winfield. Now he made his name in New York, and
that's what I'm saying.
But I remember him as a Padre.
But you're from California.
True. No, good point. Reggie Jackson, to me, was an A before he was a Yankee.
Yes.
Same with Billy Martin was the manager of the A's before he went to New York.
Billy Martin's always a Texas Rangers manager.
I didn't even know he did that.
Yeah.
Was that when he had dementia?
No, it's when he got dementia.
Okay, good point.
Because what's his nuts? The owner of the Yankees fired him.
Steinbrenner.
Yeah, Steinbrenner fired him. He went to the Rangers, and the Steinbrenner hired him back from the Rangers.
Okay. Well, I've been to many a game at the Coliseum when he was managing the A's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kansas City Royals. You got to know one person from the Kansas City Royals.
Oh. I'm trying to think of somebody beyond Quisenberry.
Yep. With that fucking pitch.
That right? And okay, I know George Brett, but I was trying to think of somebody besides him, and I could think of Quisenberry.
Yeah, and because of that,
was he on that level? I don't know. He was unique.
He was a saver.
Yeah,
that's what his gig was. He saved an ungodly number of games for the.
He was like when he came in, you statistically game over.
Yeah, especially if they were in the lead. If the Royals were leading,
when he came in
to close it out. If he was there to close it out, done.
Yeah.
If he was there to get you in position for your offense to score, that's where you ran into troubles with the Royals back then because they couldn't fucking score for nothing unless Brett was swinging.
Yeah. Yeah. And who else was there with okay, I can think of
Hal
one.
McRae.
Huh?
Hal
okay, McRae, but I was thinking Bo Jackson.
Yeah, and that's when he played for the Raiders also.
Yeah, at the same time. Yeah,
he was the first. I don't think he's the only, but he's the first baseball player I've ever seen break a wooden bat over his thigh in frustration.
Yeah.
He also matrix moved on the outfield wall before the Matrix was ever the Matrix.
Yes.
He was running so fast that he could not stop. So he ran up
it
and across and back down.
Like an ex-gamer. And the thing is, he always talked in third person.
Oh, Bo Jackson? Oh, yeah.
Which was just post-game interviews. Well, Bo had a good day today at the plate, or Bo did this, or Bo did that.
That
was so bizarre.
I so wanted him to play for the Chiefs and the Royals at the same time.
Yeah.
That would have been perfect.
I didn't like him in the Raiders. Again, being a Niner fan, but how could you not like Bo Jackson out of Auburn? Right?
I mean, there are some players that are just transcendental. You like them because they are who they are.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter what team they play for.
Yep, I agree.
They could play for your biggest rivalry, Kansas City Raiders, Chiefs Raiders.
Yeah.
But you're gonna appreciate them.
That's like Kershaw.
Yeah.
He's a Dodger, and he's a blue-blooded Dodger. I mean, that's 100%. But he's so good.
Mm-hmm.
He is so good.
For me, another perfect example is Peyton Manning.
I didn't get that with Manning. More so now that he's retired, but when he was playing, I just did not care for him.
No, that's what I'm saying. I
always looked at him as like, I don't know.
I didn't like him when he played for Indianapolis. I liked him even less when he played for Denver.
Yeah.
But now I appreciate what he brought to the game.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah. There's only a handful of guys that I don't really care for that were really, really good. John Elway is one that I don't care for.
If I ever see Horseface, I'm going to beat his fucking horse teeth right out of his face.
No, don't say that while you're recording, because if something ever happens, they're going to pull up this footage and I'm going to have to be a witness. And I don't need that.
Hyperbolically.
Yeah.
As a hyperbole. Because he doesn't have horse teeth. He's got human teeth.
Who else is there that you just
Elway. The reason I can't stand Elway is for the so many times that he drove the Broncos to a comeback win against the Chiefs.
Oh yeah.
It was just infuriating.
I'm going to name 2 players that fit in that category. Ron Say, Steve Garvey.
I didn't see that.
Could not stand either of them.
I didn't see
and
that.
Ron and Steve Garvey was like Mr. Perfect, right? I hated that man. Now I don't know him as a person, so maybe as a person he's a dick too. I don't know. But
I don't like George Brett.
I'm indifferent with Brett. I just got a dry spot in my throat. Sorry.
The problem I have with George Brett is he's so cocky.
But he backed it up.
I don't care.
You know who was one of the most cockiest players was Ricky Henderson. And you know what? He was a leadoff hitter, and he hit home runs.
Well, but was he cocky in off the field also?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I don't know. All I know is my mom was with some friends walking on the plaza in Kansas City. He comes out of the store, bumps into my mom.
Uh-huh.
And something transpires to where he says, excuse me, or she doesn't say, excuse me, or something. And he comes back with, do you know who I am?
Oh.
No. Should I? And she knew exactly who he was.
Yeah.
She lived in Kansas City long enough to know that he was George Brett.
Yeah.
But she didn't care because...
Yeah. Especially with that attitude.
No. You don't pull that bullshit.
No.
You know who I am. Like, fuck you. You're a regular ass person walking on the street.
Mike Tyson said something the other day. Well, he said, I heard it again the other day. And that is, they were talking about, does he ever get, like, in a situation like that where he maybe feels undone or upset? And he says, when I think I'm somebody, I get annoyed by how people treat me. When I think I'm nobody, it doesn't bother me. And I went, oh my God, that is deep. When you think you're somebody, you know who I am?
Mm-hmm.
Because you think you're somebody. No. And if you just think you're nobody, he probably went, hey, sorry, hey, we bumped, whatever, and just let it go. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Anyway.
Yep, exactly.
No, but yeah, there are some players that are they're just like that. You just, you have to acknowledge they're good, but you don't really want to. Yeah. And Kershaw is that for me.
And there are just some players that are just so good that you just have to acknowledge it.
I've never been a Chicago fan of any sport, but I still think arguably Michael Jordan is untouched.
Oh, yeah.
Just defensively, offensively. I think Kobe, and I don't like the Lakers at all.
Oh, God, no.
But Kobe, he's like Jordan, just a notch below.
Yeah.
To me, LeBron James he's a great athlete, but I don't think he's on that same level.
He's no Jordan.
He's not. And he's more typical of a modern day athlete. You go back a few years ago, playoff game, the championship game against the Warriors, where at the end of the game, He was with the Cavaliers. There was a missed free throw, and they had a chance to win that game or take it to overtime. And they messed up the play. And the Warriors got the rebound. When you go back and you look at the highlights of that, you could hear Steve Kerr telling everybody on the court, be ready for the ball, right? What do they teach you when you play Little League Baseball? Always anticipate that the ball's coming to you. And so the Warriors had that mindset. And LeBron's blaming he blamed JR, whoever the guy was, who got the ball and didn't shoot or something like that. And it's like, dude, you're supposed to be the star of the league, not just your team. What are you doing pointing at your teammate like he screwed up?
Yeah.
And he quits on his teams in the playoffs. And I'm sorry, you can't be the greatest of anything when you quit in championship games. I don't care what your numbers say. You're telling me that your heart, you're not that. Jordan never did that. Curry, to me, is, and there are only a handful of people that have changed a sport. You have Chamberlain, thank you. Jordan and Curry. I think those three guys are the three greatest NBA players because they fundamentally changed the way the game was played, and they were champions. Outside of that, you've got also Rams, right? But those three, when they talk the Mount Rushmore of sports, those three would be on there with Kobe for me in the NBA. And I don't even like those teams.
Yeah.
I'm not a Laker fan at all.
I agree with Jordan. I agree with Chamberlain. I mean, how can you not? He scored 100 points.
Okay. Well, okay, he physically had the size to do it, but yes.
I mean, it's hard to argue your people, but, and this is because I'm a homer.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta throw Timmy in there somewhere, somehow.
So okay.
He would be my number 5 on the team.
So the Admiral was amazing, but, and maybe this isn't fair, and I don't need to put parameters, but what I was talking about are players that changed the game.
No, not
there are players who've taken the game the way it's played to another level because they're so good. I think LeBron, to some degree, fits into that category. I think the Admiral does with how he played the game, but I don't think he changed the game.
No, not David Robinson. Tim Duncan.
Oh, Tim Duncan. But again, I don't think he changed the game.
Okay, so hear me out.
Yeah.
Because of where Chamberlain and Kobe and Jordan and Curry are individually great.
Mm-hmm.
Duncan was great because, and it's going to sound weird, but without Tony and without Manu, they did the triangle better than any of Chicago's teams.
That's what I'm saying is you have individuals, or in your case, a core on a team.
Yeah.
That did what was the norm at a higher level.
Right.
I'm saying that fundamentally changed the game. You have kids nowadays, 3-point shooting is changed the game. It's never going to go back. You look at what Jordan did, and you could almost say Dr. J. Okay?
With the hook. Oh yeah.
Iconic, right? That changed the game. And again, you could individually pick out Iverson and Peyton, and there's a ton of really, really expert players. What's his name?
So how
Stockton,
Tim,
for example, Stockton was just
so he
on another
here's
level.
what I mean by how Tim changed the game, because you went from having your center being your go-to scorer to your point guard being your scorer because of Tim. He would be your center point. So instead of Jordan being
I'm gonna say I don't think he changed the way the game was played like those three did, because they literally changed. I take nothing away from Tim Duncan. I mean, he deserves all his accolades, all his championships, all his rings, his Hall of Fame. He's easily one of the top 25, 30, 50, whatever category you want to put him in.
Yeah.
100% agree. I'm just saying that Chamberlain was that impact player that said, we're going to play above the rim, which I don't think they did that much before then. Right?
No.
And Jordan said, oh, not only are we going to play above the rim, but we're going to fly. And we're going to play
yeah.
And we're going to play defense, and you don't have to be 6'12".
Right.
Right? What was he, 6'7" or whatever he was? He's still big. But his tenacity and just his dominance, and everybody wanted to be Jordan. Everybody wanted to be Jordan. Right?
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be Curry. I don't think everybody wanted to be Tim Duncan.
And this is going to sound weird. It's because he played for the Spurs. The San Antonio Spurs
were nobody for the longest time.
But they were in a large media area.
Market, yeah. Yep.
The San Antonio's, let me put it this way. The San Antonio Spurs are like the San Diego Padres.
Yeah, the Spurs have what, like 200 season ticket holders, right?
Oh no, they got more than that. But the point is, yeah, they're very well known in South and Central Texas.
Yes.
Out until Pop got there and they started winning, even though they were constantly playing the Lakers for the Western Conference Championship year after year after year after year, they couldn't get past them. They couldn't get past all those years. The Lakers ended up playing the Celtics.
Mm-hmm.
They beat the Spurs in the.
Yeah.
They beat the Spurs in either the conference championship or
the San Antonio Bills.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
No, again, and this is all subjective, right? It's just two dudes.
Oh yeah,
chit-chatting about stuff.
So Jordan's. I say this tongue in cheek. He's only 6'6".
Yeah, I didn't think he was taller than 6'7".
Yeah,
and I was comparing him at the time to what.
What was the norm there? Yeah, because I mean, there were not a lot of really tall players back then, like there are now.
Yeah, and again, I think that changed the game, playing above the rim, and just how dominant he was. And again, there are other players that had done that, but I think it changed the way the game's played. And again,
another
Jordan, and then you had Dr. J. I remember Dr. J was just like, I didn't care about the Phillies, right? But that with the afro and just the whole his style and just the dunks and all of that.
So along with Duncan on that tier 2, we'll put Duncan on tier 2.
That's a bit harsh, but yeah.
Akeem Olajuwon.
Oh yeah, definitely.
he was a Rockets player forever.
I'd even say Shaq is it.
Shaq is that.
Shaq didn't change the game because he was unique, beyond unique.
Yeah,
and nobody was going to be Shaq.
I like Shaq.
I do too.
He's a funny motherfucker.
He is, but he was also a good ball player. But he couldn't. He could shoot free throws.
He couldn't shoot free throws or free throws, either.
Yeah.
I mean, you could put him in the paint and he'll get you the points. But you didn't want him in the paint because they were going to foul him and put him on the line.
Yeah. Oh, that's what. Who was the Warriors coach? Don Nelson.
Who before or after he was the Mavericks coach.
Yeah. And I think he was probably on at some point either an assistant or your guy was his assistant. Pop. Yeah, they had a relationship. But he could never win with the Warriors. He just, as good as he was, we could never win. And we so wanted it. We so wanted it with him. But he started the Hack-a-Shack.
So I am a bit of a homer for Shaquille O'Neal also.
Okay.
He never played for the Spurs.
Yeah.
He never played for the Longhorns. He played in high school in San Antonio.
There you go.
Actually, he originally played in Fulda, Germany in high school. His dad was in the Army.
Yeah.
And he got transferred back to Sam Houston, and he went to high school at Sam Houston.
Okay.
And then he went to college at LSU. And
he was just and I don't mean this in a circus sense, but he's just a freak.
Oh yeah.
His agility and his size, when you look at when he was young and how mobile he was. Oh my God.
For his size,
how does a big man move like that?
Yeah. He's 7'1", 325.
I know. A beast.
How do you move that much mass?
And when you see him when he's younger, he doesn't look like that. But he is. That's the thing. It's like, it's not like he's just like this huge thing that just took up the center of the court, which he could do. He had game too.
Dude, he had his own gravity.
Yeah, I think he did. That's why I'm saying he didn't change the game. He just played it his way.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody else could do that.
Yeah, nobody changed because of him, but the game changed because of him.
Through him, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't put him on that same level. But yeah, Shaq is just
no. But he's got.
And again, I set the criteria of somebody who's actually, I think, changed fundamentally the way the game.
Yeah, how the game is played. Like if you're talking about American football, the first time somebody threw a forward pass without leaping.
That was probably Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah, or the first time they did an RPO, run pass option.
Oh, okay.
Or where they would do I'm
gonna and I think this is, and maybe it's folklore, but the West Coast offense changed football, and I think that goes back to that at the time the Coryell who was the Chargers head coach, that was kind of known as the grandfather of the West Coast offense, because that's where Walsh was one of his assistants before he took over with the Niners. I think and that's not a player,
but he's a coach.
But I think football is much more about the team and the coaching and the play calling. And yes, you have people who stand out, And there's maybe a handful of players that you could say, yeah, they changed the way the game was played, but it's not as easy to do, right? I mean, a really, really good linebacker that just steps into the hole and knocks your head off, that's what you do 50 years ago, 100 years ago. That doesn't change, right? But scheming and the ability to play the game, I think. But who could you say in the NFL that changed the way the game was played? If it wasn't on the coaching side, that changed the play calling and things like that. I don't know if there's any player. And somebody's going to say one, and I'll go, oh, yeah, that's a good point. But
I don't know. I mean, there's been really, really great players that have changed what it means to be that position.
Yes.
But not necessarily the game. Like Barry Sanders.
Oh, my God, yes.
Walter Payton.
Yeah.
Tim Brown. Those three, I don't care who you talk about, who you say, those three. And again, there have been some great running backs with the Chiefs. But those three will always be the best running backs to have ever.
I'm going to throw one more in that I think deserves it, and that's O.J. Simpson as a football player.
Yes. Yeah.
As a football player, throw all the other stuff out. We're just talking football.
Yeah, just talking football. Agreed. Absolutely agreed.
Of those, who would if you had to pick one of those four, who would be your first pick?
Walter Payton.
Bingo. That's who I'd take.
Sweetness.
I would take now, and it's tough. My second would be Brown. I know.
We're just looking at football. I still got to go Sanders over Brown because he just
Here's the thing,
because of his ability to make the other players miss him. Brown just plowed through.
Well, I was going to say he didn't want to miss you; he wanted to bury you.
Yeah.
A different style.
Brown would run through you.
Yeah.
Sanders would make you miss.
Oh, make everyone miss. Yeah.
Oh, no,
yeah. Again,
his
Brown did it at a time when it was real. Okay, this is going to sound stupid. I'm not even going to say it. I was going to say it was a man sport, and what I mean is it was more of mano a mano. I'm going to just smash you in the face, and they still do that a lot.
Smash mouth football.
But there was not a lot of finesse. That's what I'm trying to say. That now there's more finesse to the game, even though it's still very brutal. But that he was just like a men amongst boys, and like you say, he just just run you over. And he didn't play for a team that was all that great. I mean, in Cleveland.
I know. What are you guys doing? 24-hour show? No, we're just talking, man. It's been a long time.
I haven't been on and talked with you guys, and so just because of work and just life, and so I'm just enjoying this.
Take care, buddy.
All righty, boss.
Rangers are taking in 3 more games in Arizona.
I hope it goes 7, and then Game 7 goes like 22 innings. In fact, they changed the rules where when you start the inning, they will loaded bases because they want the game to end.
My nerves would be in tatters.
Would that be something to have a Game 7 go in extra innings in the World Series? I don't think that's ever happened.
Oh, my God. Yeah, D-back in 5. Lost in 5.
Oh, D-back. I was thinking he was saying like B-back, like baby back ribs.
Oh. Take care, Mutt. I love you, buddy. I really do.
Yeah, but I think we're in agreement. Peyton would be my first pick of those 4
because he could fly. I don't know what it is about Chicago and flying.
The fridge?
No, God, no. He flies like a rock. But Walter Payton, he could jump from the 5 over the line of scrimmage into the end zone untouched.
Oh, he was incredible. He was incredible. Yeah. And there have been some great running backs. Don't get me wrong, but Eric Dickerson was a very good running back. And now he played for the Rams. But
Priest Holmes.
Yeah.
Well, for me, Priest Holmes is a twofer. He was a Longhorn and he's a Chief.
Oh. Yeah.
But he's still as great as he was, and he broke records. And he broke their records. To me, it's still Peyton, Sanders, and Brown.
What about oh my God, Earl
Campbell?
Thank you.
He did what Brown did.
Yeah.
He just beat the piss out of you. Again, he was a twofer for me because he was a Houston Oilers. I like the Houston Oilers. My dad is a Cowboys fan.
Okay.
I could never be a Cowboys fan. I don't know why. I just
well, I know why, because I'm a Niner fan. So
I know why you couldn't. But until Ricky Williams, Earl Campbell was the only Heisman that ever came out of Texas.
Oh.
And he got drafted by Houston.
Well, you know my thoughts on these individual awards, and that includes the Heisman. But,
yeah.
I'll tell you who borderline changed the way defensive backs played. You want to take a guess?
I'll tell you my name that comes first to mind every time, and you will not ever change it as being the best defensive back. Are we talking linebacker?
No, defensive back.
Okay, who?
Deion Sanders.
Yeah.
He was a Cowboy. He was a Falcon. He was a Niner. And he was like, I'm not going to hit you. I'm not going to tackle you. He was one of the first guys who just didn't do that. And after a while, you kind of go, yeah, I'd rather, because his coverage, he was not one of, in my opinion, the best cover man to ever play the game. And why would you want him to tackle a guy and get hurt? Because he offered so much more as a man coverage. He would just lock down that side of the field.
Yeah.
Against any and everybody. And when he was a Niner, I loved me some Deion. When he was a Cowboy, I hated me some Deion.
Wasn't he the one when he was a Niner that when he intercepted the ball, ran it back for a touchdown, and then ran all the way back to the middle of the field and placed the ball? Oh, that's right. It was Terrell Owens.
Stood on the star?
Yeah.
T.O.
I couldn't stand T.O., but did I love T.O. for that?
Well, you know what? He was one of those guys that had skills. And that's a position where there's a lot of really good ball players. And he was just one of those guys that was just really, really good. But, I mean, you look at when the Niners had Rice and Taylor. I mean, and, Rice's first year, he came out of Mississippi State. He dropped a few passes, and there was a question as to whether he was going to even make the team the following year.
Yeah.
And now he is like a god in 49er history.
So, linebacker.
Okay.
Anybody talks about the defensive play, I immediately think linebacker Derek Thomas, the Kansas City Chiefs. He was.
This is tough because there have been so many linebackers that have dominated. Okay,
he dominated the game
for the Niners.
Like no others.
Who's the guy? Ray Lewis.
Mm-hmm.
He's in that category, as much as I don't care for him.
Let me give you number 58's career NFL statistics, all with the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
He had 642 tackles. He had 126 and a half sacks, 41 forced fumbles, and 19 fumble recoveries. And he only played for 10 years.
Oh no, he was a force. Again, you could go through almost every team has one of those guys.
Yeah.
That you could make an argument is like in that group, right?
He has one NFL record, 7 individual sacks in a single game.
Who were they playing?
I think they were playing Seattle at the time. Yeah, I think they were playing Seattle.
No, he was definitely a generational player. That's for sure.
The most sacks he ever had was in 1990. He had 20 sacks that year. That's just insane. He averaged 12 sacks a season.
And what? 14, 16 game season?
16 game season.
Almost won a game. No, he's phenomenal. He was phenomenal.
So let's put it this way. In 1997, he only played 12 games and he had 9.5 sacks.
Yeah. I heard this in an interview the other day. Some guys were talking, ex-players were talking, and they said, you are a star or what you should be when the other team says, we need to account for number X. Where is he on the field? What are we going to do to neutralize him? Because that's the guy you want to be. The one that they're doing plays for. The defense or the offense are trying to avoid or whatever. And I'm sure Derek Thomas was definitely 58 was probably they probably had a guy that what are we going to do? And he still did it.
Yeah, that was Denver because he sacked John Elway 26 times.
He probably goes over and visits John and tackles him in his yard now.
Well, no, because he's dead.
Oh, my bad. I didn't know he was dead.
Unfortunately. Yeah, he died in the year 2000 when his Chevy Suburban flipped over in the ice and snow when he was driving to Kansas, driving to the airport.
That's sad.
He didn't. What's worse is he didn't die in the crash. He died in the hospital a couple of days later.
Still, that's sad.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he was driving to St. Louis to watch the St. Louis Rams and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers play in the NFC Championship game that year.
Well, you're looking, San Diego had Seau, right?
Yeah.
Who was, he had concussion issues.
Mm-hmm.
I met his brother who committed suicide like a year ago.
Didn't Junior Seau commit suicide?
Maybe it was, or maybe Seau committed suicide, and maybe his brother died in a car accident. Anyway, I'd met his brother at an event. Him and his sister was doing a fundraiser, and my friend's a Charger fan, and so we, I go to some of these things, and then of course mock them mercilessly that the Niners came down to San Diego and put it on the Chiefs in their own backyard.
Yeah.
It's all in good fun, but so Seau was one of those guys. So the first linebacker name because when I was a kid, Ray Nitschke.
Yeah.
Now I can't compare him to modern day football because he played in a different era, literally in a different era. The Redskins used to have a guy by the name of Chris Hamburger, who was a middle linebacker who weighed 155 pounds, playing professional football as a middle linebacker. God.
Yeah, that's just.
I got to tell. Even now, I go, is it really 155, or am I just old and my memory's wrong? And he was 255. No, he wasn't 255. He wasn't that big. He just, again, different game, different time.
Yeah.
But so talk about players you don't like that you have to admit are good. Sidney Crosby. I don't like the Penguins. I don't like Sidney Crosby. But that dude is just good. Anyway. Well, we got to get you into EPL, my friend. We got to get you a team. And it needs to be Arsenal. We got to have something that we both are like, yeah.
See, I'm looking at everybody here. And
oh, come on, the Gunners. They got a cannon. It's the Arsenal because they are military. That was where they started from, the Arsenal.
Yeah. I mean, I can't go with either of the Manchester teams because
yeah.
And some of these places I've never even heard of.
Like
Brentford.
Yeah.
Bournemouth.
Bournemouth.
See, they can't even pronounce it right.
I only know it because I watch enough of it to know how the British say it.
Bournemouth. Yeah. I need to find out what our overseas correspondent, John, who he follows.
I think, doesn't he live in London? I think we were talking once. I don't think he's a big football fan, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he's not. As silly as it sounds, I can't be a West Ham fan because they were the prime nemesis for the team from Ted Lasso.
Oh. Hey, it's a reason.
Yeah, there's stupider reasons for not liking a team, right?
They were the rival of a made-up team. There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, that's why we're fans. There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, Arsenal might as well be Arsenal. I mean, shit.
Oh, dude, arguably one of the greatest players in the English Premier League history is Thierry Henry, who was our striker. And Man United's got some that obviously are going to be up there, and there are quite a few. But yeah, as far as strikers go, he was just. And when you watch some of them, and you see some of the old timers that show up, yeah. Anyway, I became a fan because they had the FA Cup playing one year on CBS or ABC or one of those sports channels, or one of those channels, and they were playing the FA Cup. And the FA Cup is the Football Association Cup, and there's a number of cups that they play for. And this is the one where all 92 teams basically are in a big tournament.
Yeah.
And it plays during the season, and the Premier League teams are like the last teams to go in. So they get like the first 2 or 3 rounds of this tournament, they get buys.
Right.
And it was Arsenal was playing against Chelsea, I believe. And they won the FA Cup. I want to say it was 3-1. Freddie Ljungberg was on the team. Dennis Bergkamp. They're the only team in the English Premier League that went a whole season undefeated. Now, they tied games, and other teams have scored more points. Man City has. And so some people scoff at it because it wasn't they won every game. They just didn't lose any games. And when they give out the trophy, the FA, the League Cup. So the League Cup, winning the league matters. It's really, really important. Those 38 games. It's not like you don't get a playoff berth. You don't get anything, but you win the league. And that unto itself is what is like huge. And they hand out the cup, and it's got like a crown on it, and they're all silver, except for one, which is in gold. Arsenal has that in their trophy cabinet. It's the year they were invincible. And every year, kind of like the Miami Dolphins, when everybody loses, everybody goes, yes, we're still the only unbeaten team in the history of the league.
Yeah.
And everybody else who hasn't done it goes, yeah, but we scored more points in that team, and we've done this. Like, yeah, but you lost that year, didn't you? You lost the game.
You lost.
So this year, Tottenham hasn't lost. We haven't lost. And we're like, can it be we're 10 games in. We got 28 more games. The odds of us going invincible are almost impossible.
Yeah.
But they did it one time, and they did it under Arsene Wenger. And that was the team that I kind of fell in love with, was that invincible team. So that's why and this was back in the 80s when I became an Arsenal fan. So I've been a fan of theirs for a long time.
Yeah.
And we've had some bad seasons, and I'm still like, oh, you're killing me, dudes.
Well, it's pretty obvious the reason why I follow the teams I follow.
Yeah.
I follow the Chiefs, the Spurs, the Rangers, and honestly,
so you can't be a Tottenham fan because they're known as the Spurs, and it's not the same thing. But don't make that association.
No.
Because you'll never see this face again. Which might be an incentive. I don't know, but
and as for NHL hockey, if I got to choose, gun to head, I got to go Winnipeg Jets.
Wow. So I grew up. I was a Red Wing fan, and then I became a Ranger fan, and then I became a Sharks fan. And I got tickets right behind the glass 10 years ago when the Rangers came to town, because I still have a soft spot in my heart. And so I got to see the Sharks and the Rangers play, and I was in cloud nine.
So there's a handful of hockey players I know. Obviously, I know Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah.
If you want to talk about people that changed the game, Wayne Gretzky.
When we talk on the elite level stars, now football is a different sport. Basketball, yeah, I get it. Hockey isn't as popular, whatever. But Wayne Gretzky dominated the league like no other professional athlete has dominated any of the big four leagues.
Right.
When you get a point for a goal and a point for an assist, and he's getting 200 points in an 80-game season. Now just think about that.
Yeah.
200 points.
Mm-hmm.
That's a goal, an assist, and a half every night.
Yeah.
Every night.
Yeah.
That would be like an NBA player that I don't know what the most goal or points are in a season, right? But you would, because most guys a good season is 100 points. A guy that's doing really well will have a 50 to 70 point season and be like, oh my God, that was a career year. And he's knocking off 200 point seasons year in and year out. Nobody has dominated professional sports like Wayne Gretzky.
No.
Not statistically. And just when you'd watch him, he was so smooth and he made everybody better. Oh my God. And then he went to LA and I hated it, but yeah.
The other, when he went to the Kings, it was like other names I know from the NHL, Martin Brodeur, Rangers. Patrick Waugh.
I was going to say Waugh.
Of course, Bobby Orr.
Yeah.
And Hull.
Yeah.
That's it.
See, I followed hockey quite a bit, so I know a few more. But Eddie Shore. No, that's a line from Slapshot. Like old-time hockey, yeah, man, like Eddie Shore. Now, I don't know if he was an actual NHL player or not. But no, there's okay. I mean, Rocket Richard.
But yeah, but who?
Rocket Richard.
Yeah,
he was so fast on the ice. They call him Rocket.
Yeah,
he skates so fast. Again, you can. I'm not going to be able to rattle off a bunch of names like I will in other sports, but I do know quite a few really, really good hockey players. So, but yeah, Gretzky again just dominated his sport like I'd never seen anybody do.
Yeah. So, the only reason why I say the Winnipeg Jets is for their logo.
Oh, really?
It's the Canadian Air Force roundel. Kind of. It's a red circle.
Yep.
With a white center with a red maple leaf, and a stylized F-18.
Yeah.
In the middle.
Well, my high school, we were the Intanel Jets, and we were literally the fence behind our stands and our football field was a fence that separated us from NAS Alameda. We had an A4 on a pedestal in front of our school.
Was it a Blue Angels A4?
It got a number of different colors on it. I think at one point it may have been colored as a Blue Angels, but because we were the Jets.
Yeah.
And we were blue. And the New York Jets wouldn't let us put the logo on our helmet. But that's fine.
Also about Winnipeg, their CFL, their Canadian Football League team, are the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
Okay. Another aircraft?
Yeah. And one of the high schools in the town near where my lake cabin is, my family's lake cabin, are the Wobbin Bombers.
I don't see the connection other than bombers, but okay.
Yeah, but because they named themselves after Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
Oh, okay. So
we're so far north up there. You're almost as close to Winnipeg as you are the Twin Cities.
So okay, so I'm a Sharks fan. I went to the very first game they ever played. It was in the Cow Palace. It was a preseason game. And so I just love me some Sharks, even though I don't follow NHL anymore. But there's some teams that like I was a Red Wings fan. Steve Yzerman. I think even Gordie Howe played for the Red Wings. One of the original 8. That's why they throw an octopus on the ice, right?
Yeah, the original 8. Yeah.
Well, because it took 8 games to win the Stanley Cup. Because it was so small back in the day, and so that's why they throw that on there to signify that. But no, it's hockey is one of those that when you see it live. Have you ever been to a live NHL game?
No, I've been to an AHL or an IHL hockey game.
It's probably the same effect. It's fast, and these guys are big, and you hear the crunches when they hit the boards. And they go full speed for a minute, and then they rotate their lines. And if you know the rules when there's penalties and why guys can't get off, they try to tire them out. And that's why, there's all sorts of strategies that you just don't see on TV. But man, the first time I went to my first NHL game, all the sounds and the speed, and I was just blown away that guys do that for a living. But
now my favorite CFL team this is going to sound nuts. The San Antonio Texans. For a couple of years in the mid 90s, actually 1 year in the mid 90s, Canadian football had like 4 U.S. teams.
I did not know that. I have a friend who played for the USFL, the Oakland Invaders, and also played in Canada and was a quarterback for the University of Washington Cougars. His sister is married to my ex-wife's brother, so I got to know him. But yeah, he was a star in college. He played in Canada and never made it to the NFL, but was a quarterback for the Oakland Invaders in the old USFL. And his roommate when he traveled was the Hall of Famer and ex-Oakland Raider Fred Biletnikoff.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, he knew some people. He played.
There were 7 U.S. teams in the CFL in the mid-90s.
Why did that not stick?
Yeah. Because it's CFL. It's not real football.
But
in the NFL, just buried it.
No, I know, but again, I don't know. You look at college football. My friend and I were having this conversation, and I said that one of the problems that I have with the NFL is the dirty side of it that you don't really hear about, and the amount of kids that are just chewed up in college. And even when they get to the pros, the average pro career is only 3.5 years. And that's if you're lucky enough to even get those 3.5 years. You look at all the kids that play in all the colleges. I mean, you would know this. How many on home games? I know there's a traveling squad, which is big, but how many guys suit up that never play a game for Texas? They're just there at home. They probably on the sidelines probably have over 100 people.
Probably, yeah.
And they're never gonna do anything. They're never going to get on the field. They're never going to make a living in the league. And yet all that money that's made off these kids, I just find it disgusting. College football to me is disgusting.
Now,
the business side of it.
There is, and I don't remember when it started, but it has started within the last, I think, 5 years. And it's college players can now market themselves, and it's called the NIL, and it's name, identity, and I can't remember what likeness.
Well, so here's the thing, though, with that, in all seriousness, those are the same guys that are going to get the big contracts in the NFL. So that doesn't do crap for the normal players.
Actually, no. In most cases, yes. But there are 4 kids on the Iowa State team.
Mm-hmm.
I can't.
So Peter says, do teams have injury insurance on their players?
In professional, yes.
I think they do. I know we were talking about, not to just get too far off what you were going to say, but I know that in English football, there was a kid who went to my daughter's high school. He was a really good soccer player. He ended up transferring his senior year to Florida somewhere and played in an academy and he played in England for like Southampton. And at the time, I don't think they were in the Premier League. I think they were in the first division. And he would say that they would do checks on his hydration. If he wasn't hydrated a certain amount, he would get fined. They basically own your body. It's not like in the United States where it's like, hey, it's my body. I'm doing what I want to do. And I'm just, you signed me to play football. You don't get over there. They're like, no, You go. They do fitness tests to see even if the stars can play week to week to week because it's such a demanding sport, and they look at it as we own you. We can tell you what you eat. We can. There's a lot now. I'm sure it's lacks to some degree, but to his point about insurance, I bet you they do. I bet you because it's an investment.
So 4 players for Iowa State.
Okay, yeah.
Made a deal with an association in Iowa. The names of these players are Tyler Moore, Caleb Bacon, Tommy Hammond, and Miles Purchase.
Oh, Purchase more ham and bacon?
Yeah. The Iowa Pork Producers Association gave those 4 Iowa State players money. I don't know how much money, but so they could line up with their names and do
Purchase more ham and bacon.
Ham and bacon.
Yeah, I love it.
So, to your point, yes, the big name kids are the ones that will probably end up in the NFL anyway.
Yeah,
are making money,
and I know they get scholarships, but come on, I was in junior college.
Only 62, but only 62 of those 100 kids are getting scholarships.
Yeah. Well, okay. What I was going to say is, and I was just a guy that played junior college football. Okay, and I didn't even start. I was a captain of my team in high school. I wasn't a bad ball player, but in junior college, I got 8 credits, and 12 was considered a full-time student. I got 8 credits, 4 for offensive theory and 4 for defensive theory. I didn't play offense. I went to practice and got 8 credits of my 12 to be a full-time student in a junior college, and I'm a nobody. So you can imagine what these kids who are somebody, who's a Heisman, who's the face of the franchise, who plays it, who's a starter at Texas. Come on. My point is, I think that all the money that's made, and you look at the number of kids that...
See you, Charles. Take care, buddy. Thanks for being here.
Good night, Charles. And again, not to be Mr. Poo-Poo guy.
No, I do. I get your point. I agree.
The NC2A is just a disgusting organization in my book. But
honestly, I can't. When I step back from it, I can't argue the fact that millions, if not billions of dollars are being made off of these kids. And the apologizers are going to say, well, they're getting an education, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, only those kids that are on scholarship.
Yeah. And you've got a head coach making millions of dollars, and these kids can't get part-time jobs. They can't do a lot of things, the ones that are on scholarship. It's a messed up system. And I get it. The popular kids, this is the way life is. They're gonna get their face on the cover of the EA Sports NC2A football game. That's fine. Make your money. I'm all about capitalism. Do it. I'm just saying that with the amount of money that is made, especially in college football, can you not maybe spread a certain amount of that just goes to scholarships for normal kids that maybe can't play football? That's all.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Off my horse. I don't mean to be all preachy. I was just
No. Hey, I'm there with you, man. I mean,
I know, but I have to remember we're still live. It's not just you and I having a beer. I get myself into trouble that way, dude. You know this. No, I haven't talked to you in like months, so this is therapeutic.
Yeah. Peter Ferguson, I think the highest paid state employee in Illinois is a college football coach. Not sure if that's true about the money, where the money is everywhere. I know in the state of Texas, the highest paid state employee is a head football coach.
Probably.
And it happens to be the head football coach from the University of Texas.
And I don't begrudge these guys getting paid that money. I do not. I'm just saying that maybe share the love a little bit. That's all.
So I'm
a capitalist, but still.
Here's the thing for me. Football in your top 20 schools that are perennially in your top 20. Your Oklahomas, your Alabamas, your Notre Dames, Texas, USC, UCLA, Oregon. They literally bring in millions of dollars and none more than the University of Texas. Even though they haven't won a championship or sniffed a championship since 2009, they continuously sell out the home stadium over 110,000, 6 games a year. They sell out their portion of the tickets for the bowl game they go to. They sell shirts. They sell
TV rights.
Pennants. They sell all kinds of shit, right?
Yep.
That money does go and help the other sports.
To some degree, yes.
To some degree. But, like you said, what's keeping them from using even a portion of that money for a general scholarship?
Yeah, and again, we're not going to solve the world's problems, you and I, but what if in those TV contracts with ESPN or whoever, that there was a clause that said 5% went to a general scholarship fund for all Division 1 and 2 and 3 schools, or whatever the case may be, for non-athletes, right? Or something along, because you can't be fair. And I'm not talking about being fair, being equal per se. I'm just saying that these kids are used. And I don't think that they're being compensated for the machine that they're part of.
So here you go. The University of Texas Longhorns football team has a valuation of $139 million.
Yeah.
Take 10% of that and put it into a general scholarship fund. How many kids can go to school at the University of Texas on $13.9 million?
6.
Hell, 5. Shit.
I'm kidding.
If they're in state, a lot, because in-state tuition ain't a lot in Texas.
Well, the other thing is when you could go through and say, okay, that 13 that money goes to fund to lower the cost of education, because that's a big thing in this country, right? You've got politicians saying, oh, we want to get rid of school debt, and that's a real thing. And it's just again, I'm not a socialist, I'm not any of that, but I think that at some point you got to just spread the love a little bit.
You got to take care of your society.
I
want your society to be productive.
Yep, totally agree. Yeah, again, I'm 100% a capitalist, but I think that at some point there needs to be a lifeline.
You can't be a capitalist if nobody else has money.
I agree. No, I agree. If you got all the money, who's going to give you money? And if you got it all,
one of the number one capitalists in all of history, as much of as an asshole as he was, but Ford had it right. Make one of two things or both. Give your employees enough money to purchase their own products that they're building, or make the product you're building cheap enough for your employees to buy on the salary you're giving them.
That makes sense.
If you cannot allow the people that are making this shit for you buy that shit, then you're not paying them enough, or that product is too expensive.
Dang, you know what? I can't afford I honestly cannot even afford my own sexiness. How do we solve that problem?
Gotta go find a cute little Filipino.
I like Hispanic women more, but okay. A good woman.
Well, see, Filipinos give you the best of both worlds. They're Hispanic and Asian.
Hey, I grew up on a naval base, and there were a lot of Filipinos that were in our neighborhoods that went to my schools. I can't tell you how many lumpia sales I've, at school. They'd have a fundraiser for the Filipino Student Union, lumpia sales. Yep. Oh my God. Is there anything better than that? I don't know. Maybe a taco sale.
So this was back in January of 2019. Texas overtook Ohio State for the nation's most valuable college football program.
Oh, that is surprising. I'm not surprised, but I would throw probably who else would be up there? USC.
Okay. As of 2019, here's your top 10.
Okay. You want to let me have a shot at it? See if I can guess.
Go ahead.
It. Okay. So Texas.
Yeah.
Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Ohio State. SC.
No, USC is not on the list.
Oh my God! Then I'm okay. Then it's going to be all on the East Coast. Jeez, Louise, or Midwest.
Yeah, there are no
Michigan top 10.
There are no Michigan's on there.
Okay. Oklahoma State.
Not Oklahoma State.
No, Oklahoma. Okay, I got it wrong. Oklahoma. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I'm thinking Auburn, Georgia. Alabama.
Bama.
Roll Tide, Alabama.
Yep.
Okay. How many is that? 6, 7? Florida.
There's a couple on here that you're going to go, what the fuck?
Okay. Oh, man. I would not think Oregon, but Nike owns Oregon, basically.
Nope. No, like I said, no West Coast teams at all.
Yeah, I was going to say, if SC's not on there, then there is no West Coast teams. There's probably nothing in the Southeast or Southwest.
Nothing in the Southwest other than Texas and Oklahoma.
LSU?
LSU.
Okay. Florida or Florida State, maybe both?
Nope.
What? Okay. Wow. LSU is, but neither of those are.
You ready for the top 10? Georgia's on there.
Okay. I think I've got. I'm not going to go back through. I think I'm missing one.
You got one more. You got one more, and I will bet you anything you're not going to get it. Huh?
Tennessee. Okay.
Tennessee, LSU, Auburn, Oklahoma, Georgia, Notre Dame, Michigan, Alabama, Ohio State, and Texas.
Okay, so other than SC and the Florida ones, that was pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, but those are all, except for Notre Dame, Michigan, and Ohio State.
Yeah.
Those are all going to be SEC teams next year.
Yeah, SEC. What's ACC? No, none of those are ACC. Huh? Oh no, I was thinking there's.
Oh yeah.
SEC and what was Georgia in? They weren't SEC, were they?
Yeah, Georgia's SEC.
Okay.
So your SEC teams are Tennessee, LSU, Auburn, next year Oklahoma, Georgia, Alabama, next year Texas.
Okay, what are they now? Texas and
they're Big 12. Texas and Oklahoma are Big 12 this year.
Okay. Now I knew Tennessee was big. It was a question of were they the top 10.
Yeah.
And USC is not. That's the one that and even Florida and Florida State. I'm surprised that they've got to be in the top 20.
Oh yeah. So here's the deal with West Coast teams. They're a big deal on the West Coast.
I think you got it backwards.
They're not a big deal nationwide.
They're
it's not a big to deal. Their fault.
College football is not as big on the West Coast as it is on the East Coast and in Texas and on all those places. It's just not as popular a sport.
Right. And it's not a denigration towards the quality of product.
Oh, not at all.
It's because they're on the West Coast.
Yeah.
If USC even played in the Central Time Zone all the time, even their late games would only go until 10 or 10:30 on the East Coast.
So let's look at it this way. Who does Oklahoma and Texas have to compete with for viewership in sporting events? Realistically, nobody. The Rangers aren't going to pull in what the Dodgers and the Giants and the A's and the Raiders and the Niners and the LA Kings. And so what you're dealing with some really big name professional teams. And what are you going to do? Oh, we can go watch the other than Cal Stanford. Oh, Cal's playing Oregon. Oh, that's kind of a big game. Oh, the Niners are playing this weekend. Just screw that. But in Texas, you're going to go to a Texas game or you're going to go watch the Texas Texans? You're probably going to go watch a Texas college game over the pro game. You don't do that on the West Coast. There are some alums and things like that, but the general populace doesn't do that.
So, well,
if they did, they would dominate. Because SC, with the 30-odd million people who live in California.
So the big deal with SC nationwide, is the Notre Dame game.
Yeah.
Because at the latest, it'll be a noon start in Los Angeles, which is a 3:00 start on the East Coast.
Yeah, but so again, you have more hardcore college football fans in those regions than you do on the West Coast.
Yes and no. I would bet in-state viewership is the same. If you look at Southern Cal viewership in California, if you're just looking at California viewers, it's the same market share as a University of Texas football game when you're just looking at Texas.
You know what? I don't know.
It's
that's a good question to find out because I don't think it is.
Because where you get more viewership for Texas games is outside of Texas when they play teams outside of Texas.
Okay, let's take the big rivalry, right? Oklahoma, Texas.
Yeah.
Those are two of the teams that are in the top 10. What rivals that on the West Coast? Okay, you got arguably Cal Stanford, but neither of those are as good as those programs can be. Hit and miss.
Yeah, they're not
Texas and they're not Oklahoma.
They're not historically perennial powerhouses.
No, not at all. And when you had the purity of the Rose Bowl, Big Ten, Pac-10, okay,
that was a big game.
That was a big game. That was probably arguably the number one bowl game.
But the reason for that, and the reason I'm saying this is the reason why college football isn't bigger on the West Coast than it is even if you take the professional games, the pro team out of possibility because they don't ever butt up against each other. College will always be Saturday. Pro will always be on Sunday. The only time you have pro Saturday games is when college football regular season is over. The only time you have Sunday games for college football is when it's bowl games. But you don't have a national viewership for West Coast against West Coast games.
Agreed. Totally.
If you, and I bet you because USC and UCLA are going to the Big Ten.
That's a big game in Southern Cal.
It's going to be even bigger because they are going to be playing all Big Ten games next year.
Okay.
So they will get the national viewership. They will play Michigan every other year. They're going to play Ohio State every other year.
See, I think that is a good thing.
So,
for that reason.
Yeah. And so Southern Cal is going to start being seen more by the larger portion of the nation.
Yeah, agreed.
And that's why USC and UCLA are not on this list, is because they don't have viewership outside of California and maybe Arizona.
And also what you have in California that I think plays into it. If you're a kid growing up in Texas, you want to play
football.
Well, not only that, but you want to play at Texas.
Or
you're
A&M.
Growing up in California, the really good players, they're going to play. They want to go to Texas.
Maybe because they want to be seen.
Yeah,
they want to be seen nationally.
Yeah. So the blue chippers that come out of California all don't stay in California.
Yeah, they go to Texas, they go to Alabama, they go to Florida, they go to the big names on the East because that's where they will be seen.
And you're starting to see it a little more again with Nike, what they've done with the program up in Oregon. Because for the longest time, both Oregon and Oregon Ducks were just up in the corner of the planet.
Yeah, Oregon State meant nothing.
No. And now the Ducks are, they have for the last 20 years been a factor because of the money that's been put into that program. But they're still not on the same level as the 10 that we talked about.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised, again, SC isn't, to your point, but why not the Seminoles and the Hurricanes? Because they're in that time zone and they're big programs and they're huge and it's Florida. And yet you got Alabama and Georgia and LSU, and they're right in the heart of all of that, and yet they're not in the top 10.
So my thought on that is because Alabama, there is only Alabama.
Yeah.
Georgia. Yes, there is Auburn and Alabama. Yes, there is, somebody else in Georgia. But no, in Alabama, there's Alabama. In Georgia, there's Georgia. In Florida, you got Florida, Florida State, and Miami.
Yeah.
So you're taking that state and dividing it into three.
Yeah.
And it's not, I don't want to say it's not big enough to handle it. It's not big enough to make any one of those three big enough.
But also the population there is probably, and I'm gonna oversimplify.
A bunch of old fuckers.
I was gonna oversimplify it.
That are from someplace else.
Yes.
So you're gonna have more
Michigan. That are Texas fans.
No, you're gonna have more Michigan fans. You're gonna have more Ohio State fans.
Yeah.
You're gonna have Pittsburgh fans.
Yeah.
So Texas, why you can have Texas and Texas A&M be powerhouses.
That's right, Texas A&M.
Is because you've got the population.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about on the West Coast. It's not like we have one good professional sports team, right? You look at LA, they've got the Rams, and the Chargers now. They got the Clippers and the Lakers. They got the Angels and the Dodgers. They've got
the Dodgers.
And they got the Kings.
you got 3 big names in who?
but here's the thing. You got choices, to your point, that you don't have many in other
in Texas. You've got the Dallas Cowboys, which are always going to pull numbers.
Yep.
Always.
Yep, they're huge.
You got the Houston Texans, which will only pull Houston. Maybe some in far western Louisiana.
Okay.
Major League Baseball, you've got the Astros, you got the Rangers. Shit, people in El Paso are closer to the Dodgers than they are the Rangers almost.
That's right, yeah. I know, Texas is big.
And Texas isn't a baseball state.
Not on a professional level. Not because it doesn't have the pedigree, right? The coasts do. The East Coast, West Coast.
Yeah. Now the University of Texas is a baseball school.
Yeah, well, let me ask you this. Now, I don't know, but I would imagine that the population of kids that go to University of Texas is much larger than the population that goes to SC as well. So you have a much larger alumni. I'm guessing, but I would say they're probably 20 to 25% larger.
Let me.
And I wouldn't be surprised if it was 2x. I don't think it is. But I could see them even 25 to 50% larger population goes to.
Let's go to USC Wikipedia and University of Texas Wikipedia. And we'll look at, University of Southern California enrollment total, both undergrad and postgrad, 49,000.
Okay.
As of
so that 2x is probably going to be 3x.
University of Texas enrollment is only 52,000.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm shocked. So it is more, but it's negotiable.
But where your 1x 2x idea is, UT's undergrad is twice what USC's undergrad is.
Okay. So that's
USC's undergrad. USC's undergrad is just shy of 21,000. University of Texas is just shy of 41,000.
Okay.
For undergrad.
Okay.
So you get your bachelor's in Texas and you go to USC to get your master's and doctorate.
Okay.
USC, to me, as much as I love Texas and as much as I love University of Texas. Hey, how you doing? Go for it, painting. Yeah, we're still here. We've run everybody else off. As much as I love the University of Texas and as much as I crow that I bleed burnt orange while I'm wearing Texas Aggie maroon.
I thought that was Diamondback maroon.
No, it can't be. It can't be, because I do have the state of Texas on my back.
Okay. That was a near miss.
Yeah, it was near miss me hitting my screen.
Mormon's gone. Otherwise, he would have picked up on that too.
But the University of Texas, to me, is not the academic powerhouse of some of the other schools that are out there.
Well, on
USC
that level,
to me,
yeah, Cal is the #1 rated public school in the country, and you got Stanford, which is like pumps out VCs and entrepreneurs.
Stanford is Ivy League of the West.
Oh, totally. And SC, is known as the University of Spoiled Children.
Oh yeah. But you don't go to the University of Texas to get your doctorate.
Fair point. You go there for football and
you go there for sports.
But I'm still shocked that SC was not in the top 10. And when you name off those 10, I can go, okay, I get it. Like, okay.
Again, we're talking just football.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's because USC does not have a nationwide following. Texas has a nationwide following.
What's interesting when you throw basketball and you see like the Tar Heels, they're not known for their football, but they've got one of the top perennially popular.
Oh yeah,
that's where Jordan went, right?
You got North Carolina Duke and North Carolina State all within like an hour and a half of each other, and they're all perennially top dogs.
Yeah. It's interesting how that kind of plays out, right? For the longest time, Indiana was in the mix.
Well, it still are from time to time.
Yeah, but when Knight was there, it was almost a given, right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, he's the I'm gonna maybe give him too much credit, but he's kind of the Bear Bryant of college football to some degree. John Woodward at USC is definitely. UCLA. Excuse me, UCLA.
UCLA. Yeah, UCLA. Oh, dude, you can't deny. You want to talk about people that changed the game? John Wooden from UCLA.
Yeah.
Changed the game as a coach.
Yep. Totally agree.
Without fail. But yeah, you go to Texas to play sports.
Yeah.
Or law school if you can't make it into Harvard.
I would imagine, and maybe this is that they probably have, and obviously Texas A&M in their name, but probably have a very strong ag program.
The University of Texas. So Texas A&M is known for two things. Their Corps of Cadets, making it they are essentially a military academy,
right?
Because when they first
wanted to go to one when I was a kid, I so wanted to go.
To go to A&M, first you had to be male. It was a male-only school.
Yeah.
2, you had to be in the Corps of Cadets. Period. Now that all changed.
Yeah.
And that's fine. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
That it changed. But still, the Corps of Cadets is huge there. And it is the place to go to school for veterinary medicine.
Okay.
And not just in Texas, but across the country.
And that's a big deal too. I mean, it doesn't sound like it is, but that's a big deal.
There is huge money in big animal veterinary.
Yep.
Perfect example is where Reese works.
Okay.
I will guarantee you they have at least one veterinarian on staff for those turkeys.
Oh, I'm sure. One is probably
on staff.
Yeah, that one is probably lowballing it.
Yeah. Probably one per farm.
Oh, I would think so.
Yeah. When you're dealing with 5,000 turkeys. Yeah.
Yeah, you need to know something about turkeys, about animals.
And they're and that guy or gal is making 6 figures easy.
Yeah, I can see that.
So,
well, yeah, and in that sense, again, it's a different mindset, a different way of life, and football is just bigger in the middle of the country than it is at least on the West Coast. And not that it's not big. Don't get me wrong. I mean, when you're in a college town and it's game day, it's on. It's just if that's also the day the Niners are playing, you're like
a fair point.
Unless you're an alumni, if it's not Cal Stanford, and if it's like Cal and they're playing the Oregon State Beavers, you're like, I'm going to go watch the Niners play, or I'm going to go catch a Warrior game. You're going to make that choice over college sports, especially Peter's Cal basketball. Who goes to Cal basketball? Even Stanford when they were winning.
Peter makes a good point. A&M is also a big turbo machinery and an engineering school.
Okay.
So in Texas, we have Aggie jokes. And a lot, they could be equated to like Polak jokes.
Uh-huh.
But they're not racist because they're against the Aggies.
Okay.
Okay. So, why does the Aggie have windshield wipers on the inside of his car? Shit like that, right?
Okay.
But one of the things that is said, what do you call an Aggie 5 years after graduation?
Boss.
Good morning, boss. So there's a thing, and it is an actual thing. If you graduate from A&M,
mm-hmm.
and the hiring manager is from A&M, you will be hired over everybody else, at least in the state of Texas.
I could see that.
Man or woman, doesn't matter. You're an Aggie.
Yeah.
You're an Aggie for life.
Yeah.
That's more important than anything else. You could be from Wisconsin, came down to Texas to go to A&M.
Mm-hmm.
You're an Aggie.
Yep. That's one good reason to go to colleges is for that fraternal brotherhood. And I mean that as a non-gender statement because it's about if you go to a school, you have a camaraderie. I know my daughter talks about both my girls have graduated now, but my oldest went to ASU.
Yay!
Hey, no. So I got to tell you about my youngest daughter. I'm so proud of her. So she never had a job through high school or even in college. So she's never had a job. She goes to school, she graduates. She's got no student loan. We got her through with whatever scholarship she could get and everything else. My ex-wife and I, we paid out of our pocket. And it wasn't easy, but we did it. And she goes to a job interview. She's looking for a job, and she graduated just this past year, right? She gets hired doing exactly what she studied in college to do.
Holy shit, that never happens.
That never happens. And this is her first job. She works for...
I hope she loves it.
Oh, she does. So this is a story of when teachers are amazing. She had a teacher who had worked in the industry. Now she works for a company that does environmental impact studies. So I can't remember her exact title. I don't want to get it wrong, but and I don't want to say she's a biologist, but she might be a biologist. But again, to me, she's my baby. But yeah. So she goes, and I'm going to give you the high level thing. So she goes to this interview, and they're talking about using certain databases. They collect data in the field, and this is the methodology, and we put it into this database. And she goes, yeah, I already know how to do that. That's what I did in my classes. My instructor basically took his students, because he was from this industry, and taught them in a way that they could get hired. And she got hired on her first job.
Nice.
And she's going out in the field, and she's, again, working for an environmental impact study. Small business, maybe 20, 30 employees. And what's really cool is I went on their website, and a lot of the graduates are like from Cal Berkeley, Stanford, Cal Berkeley. And there's my daughter, Monterey Bay State. I'm like, yeah, baby. Yeah. So it's just, it's amazing. And she's just loving every day of her job. And her first job, exactly what her degree is. And yeah, who does that? Not many people.
I sure as hell don't.
No.
I have a bachelor's of science in geography.
Yeah. Which is good, but yeah, you didn't get a job doing that.
Yeah. Now, here's something interesting about Texas A&M. Everybody thinks about Texas A&M being the little brother to the University of Texas. Texas A&M is 7 years older and is 20,000 students larger than the University of Texas. It's got just shy, and when I mean just shy, I'm talking like 18 shy of 73,000 students.
Wow.
It's got 57,000 undergrads and 10,000 postgrads. And those postgrads are, and 5,000 doctoral students.
So they're not a joke in any form or fashion.
Oh, God, no. The University of Texas A&M, the University of Texas A&M is a highly respected name in veterinary medicine, engineering and mechanics, and agriculture.
Yeah.
And the military. Because when you go through the Corps, you go through ROTC.
I was in ROTC in high school, junior ROTC.
Yeah. But when you go through ROTC in other schools, like at University of Texas or Texas Tech or SMU, you're going for a main degree, and ROT is off to the side, and you're doing it so you can get a scholarship through them to get college paid for, and then you're going to do your 4 years and you're done.
It's a secondary thing. It's not a primary.
In the reserves. In Texas A&M, when you go into the Corps, you are probably going to be a career military officer.
That makes sense. I can see that.
They opened in 1876.
Wow.
Some of the notable alumni. Let's see here. Jorge Quiroga and Martin Torrijos, heads of state of Bolivia and Panama.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Rick Perry, who was United States Secretary of Energy and Governor of Texas and ran in the 2012 presidential election. Seeing if I can find an actual Holly Ridings, the first female flight director at NASA.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Pretty big deal.
Yeah, that is a big deal.
One of my favorite singers, Robert Earl Keen.
So, and these are the ones that go on the windshield.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Here you go. Khalid Al-Fahili, President and CEO of Saudi Aramco.
Okay. That's kind of
just small company.
Yeah.
Not worth more than a couple of billion, right?
Right.
Eduardo Castro Wright, just the CEO of Walmart.
Hello.
I've
heard of Walmart.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Where did Elon Musk go?
He wherever he did, he didn't graduate. He dropped out.
There's a whole movement about now. Obviously, school is a benefit and knowledge, but there's a whole movement that says, hey, sometimes you can learn shit out in the world and don't need to go to college.
Actually, he did graduate. He went to the University of Pennsylvania.
Okay.
He's got a bachelor's of Arts and a Bachelor's of Science.
Okay. I did not know that. I like Elon, but I'm not a fanboy. I don't know everything about him.
Yeah, he is the founder of SpaceX.
Yeah.
He is CEO of Tesla.
Yeah, he's one of the founders of
CTO
PayPal.
Of X, formerly known as Twitter.
Yeah.
President of the Musk Foundation. Founder of the Boring Company, X Corp, and XAI. Co-founder of Neuralink, OpenAI, Zip2, and X.com, part of PayPal.
Okay. So, yeah, he was one of the founders of PayPal. That's where he originally made. And now, one of his first companies was him and his brothers. One of his brothers. I don't know, or maybe he only has one. They wrote game software.
Yeah,
he wrote a computer game. No, so do you know what? OpenAI. ChatGPT. Yeah. He's not part of that anymore, and it's kind of ironic what had happened. He's been a proponent and warning about AI for years, and one of his concerns is that somebody like a Google or an Amazon would have this AI and keep it and can be able to control things, and he wanted that knowledge to be out in the public.
Right.
Okay? So he helped start OpenAI, and it was open sourced. Then Microsoft bought it. He's not involved, and it's no longer open source, and it's exactly what he didn't want it to be.
Right. And that's why he started XAI Corp.
Yep. And what some people don't realize is outside of what he's doing with Twitter, he also bought it for the sheer amount of data to help train the AI. So people look at it and go, oh, he's just doing a social media. Well, it's also seeding his AI. The dude thinks on levels above levels of most people. And I don't agree with everything he says or does, but he is just such an amazing person.
He's like Bill Gates. He's like Steve Jobs. He's like Steve Wozniak in the fact that
all rolled together,
that he is. So the thing with Steve Jobs, and I know personally he definitely was a not good person.
I don't know.
I'm not going to say.
I'm not going to pass any personal judgment because I don't know. I don't know enough about what was said about him or anything to have any judgment on him as a person.
But he came up with ideas and created products that nobody thought we needed. Or implemented products that were already out there into ways nobody thought we would use. It's like before this, by the way, that's my mom. Before this, everybody said, who's going to want a phone that doesn't have a physical keyboard? Who's going to want a phone that you have to touch the display to get it to do anything?
Yep. There's naysayers to all of these people, right?
And now you can barely buy a phone that's not.
Oh, yeah.
Not
killed
having
the Blueberry, right? Or was it Blueberry?
Blackberry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, Blueberry didn't last very long. That company died very quick.
Yeah. Well, they kept eating the profits.
Yeah. Veruca Salt was their sales manager.
Even BlackBerry but in their final gasp, ditched the physical keyboard.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing that I find interesting with Elon is you name some very amazing entrepreneurs, and I think and I don't agree with them politically on all sorts of things, and some of them I think are disgusting people, just in general. But in a business sense, they've created some wonderful things. You look at what Microsoft has done, and the story behind that. But what I think sets Elon apart, even amongst them, to me, he's kind of the Wayne Gretzky. He was part of PayPal, so he's been in finance. He's done cars. He's doing Neuralink. He's doing boring. He's doing space exploration. He's succeeding in multiple industries that none of those others did. They made great products inside their companies. And maybe they had a second company. And as much as Wozniak is really smart, he's a one-trick pony in the sense of people that are so far above me, it's not even funny. Okay. But what I mean is what he did, he does extremely well. And there's very few people that do it on his level. But Elon does that in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. What he did with, whether you like him or not, whether you agree with him or not, but what he has done with Twitter is just amazing. And a lot of people want to shit on him because, they can't use it as a political weapon like it was used in the past. And I'm enamored with a lot of the things he does. And he voted for Biden. He comes out and says he voted for Biden, and I'm not a Biden fan, so I don't agree with everything that he says and does, but I just look at his body of work. And is there anybody in history that can have the accomplishments like he's had in modern day? I don't know. I don't think there is. And there may be people that we don't hear of that are in private business.
So to me, he is the modern day Edison.
That's a very good, I like that.
And what I mean by that is, and again, this is not taking anything away from what Edison did or what Elon Musk has done.
Yeah.
But Elon has taken these, and this is the same thing with Jobs.
Yeah.
He's taken this idea and moved it to here.
Yeah.
Steve Jobs took an idea, moved it to here. Edison did not invent the light bulb.
Right.
Everybody thinks he did. He didn't. He invented the way to make the light bulb last longer.
Elon Musk did not, a viable product.
Right. Elon Musk did not invent the communication satellite.
No, or cars, or rockets.
He invented a way that eventually the common man has direct access to those communication satellites.
So I'm going to tell you that I have with Elon that I hope never turns out to not be true. I have a belief that not everything, but a lot of what Elon does is for what he believes to be best for mankind. Trying to go to Mars, protecting free speech, doing the neural networking, trying to solve traffic jams with the boring. Do you know what the Boring Company does?
Yeah. Yeah, they bore holes in the earth.
Yeah.
That's why it's called the Boring Company.
Yeah.
It's not boring because it's dull.
He's involved with Solar City or something like that. He's like on the board of directors or something, right?
Yeah.
With cars. And right, you can make the argument, electric cars aren't really that great for the environment. I mean, there's a whole debate that goes on there. But in his mind, they are. And he's pursuing these things that truly change the planet in his mind, and I agree with him for the better.
For the better. Right.
Now, I hope that doesn't turn out to be wrong and he's just a greedy bastard that just is lying to everybody, because that's also possible.
So here's my thought with Tesla and electric cars. It's a stepping stone. We have to make this step into something only slightly better than what we have, so we can make a bigger step later.
Okay, I agree.
The electric car as we know it now, and don't get me wrong, I think they're great. But yes, there is some concern as to exactly what environmental impact, big scale, it has in producing these vehicles. But he's doing it in a way that we are learning future technology.
Yeah, you know what? There's a gentleman who begrudgingly said that, electric cars are better after 200,000 miles. To your point. So we have a benchmark that 200,000 miles in the next 10 years could be 50,000 miles, or could get down to mile 1, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah.
But this guy begrudgingly was saying, well, yeah, if you keep your car for 200,000 miles, then you'll start to see the benefit. And I went, bingo, that's a win. He thinks he's making a comment that it's no big deal, but it's a problem solved. And when humans solve problems, we then make those problems more efficient and turn them around faster and faster.
Exactly. And the point is, I'm of the mind that we should be looking at hydrogen fuel cell technology. I would not be surprised if he is looking at how to combine hydrogen fuel cell technology with electric technology. So hydrogen fuel cells is what powers the small engine to generate the power for the battery.
Well, how many of these stories have you heard about the guy who's invented the car that runs on water, and then he dies and his recipe is lost? You hear this all the time.
Yeah.
And then you got to wonder, well, has that actually happened? I wonder.
Yeah.
Now you can almost see it, right? You go, I can see that that's possible now that we've got what we got. But here's what I'm going to give you a very simpleton thing. What is the most abundant source of energy that we have? Sunlight.
The sun.
Sunlight. Because in space, how much sunlight doesn't even hit our little bitty planet?
Exactly.
That exists.
Exactly.
And if we could somehow farm that. So when we talk water, there's only so much water. Not that it's going to go away or we're going to burn it. And I think incrementally improvements, like you say, but solar to me seems like that's where the answer lies.
So what, and this is complete conjecture. I've got no inside knowledge whatsoever. This is pure supposition.
So it's clearly going to be correct, but go ahead.
But what if all of these machinations of building our way to Mars is nothing more than getting the technology to design solar farming in orbit?
I could see that. Well, I could see going to Mars unto itself, but the idea of solar farming,
right? But
it just seems to me like a solution. And maybe it's not practical. Maybe the infrastructure, we don't have the materials to do. I don't know.
Yet.
And then you hear people talking about farming asteroids for raw materials.
If you can get to Mars, you can get to the asteroids.
Right?
Have you ever read or listened to The Moon is a Harsh Mistress?
No.
Okay. It's by Heinlein.
Okay.
He wrote Starship Troopers and Stranger in a Strange World.
Yeah, he's pretty famous.
So I'm not going to go into the details of what it's about.
Again, I got 3 credits on my audiobooks. What was that? The moon is a
moon is a harsh mistress.
The moon offers a happy ending. What?
Yeah, not so much.
Koreatown.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it costs a little more.
Yeah,
but in basically, we have colonized the moon to send raw materials back to Earth.
Okay.
And the big deal is the exchange rate between the Earth and the moon.
Okay.
It costs exorbitant amounts of money to get stuff from Earth to the moon. It costs almost nothing once the catapult is built to get the product from the moon back to Earth.
Okay.
So again,
okay, my mind can wrap around that. You've got no resistance in space. You shoot something to the Earth, and then it hits a gravitational force and pulls it down.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So why are we wanting to go to Mars? It's not to colonize. Mars will never become a replacement for the Earth.
I don't think it needs to. So I don't buy into this school that we have to go to Mars because Earth is going to go extinct. It might, but I think if we're colonizing Mars, I look at it as we have New York and now we have LA. It's just another place. I'm oversimplifying it, but I think it's more along those lines.
Right. But whereas people going from New York to Los Angeles, yes, it was harsh. Yes, it was a difficult trip. Yes, it was for the first time going either overland or around fucking South America was harrowing. When you got to Los Angeles, or where Los Angeles came to be, your environment wasn't different. You were going to be able to survive the environment. You had oxygen, you had water, you had food. Was it going to be difficult? Absolutely. Would some people die from the environment? Yeah, but they would have done just the same in New York.
Oh, Heath Ledger.
Right? Huh?
Heath Ledger.
Yeah.
Bad joke.
You go to Mars, it's not the same environment. You have to build things besides just pop a tent to live there.
Yeah.
Again, oversimplifying it.
Wait, hold on. All I know is if I'm going to Mars, I want you with me because you're an Eagle Scout and you could pop our tent.
You could take that in so many ways.
As soon as it came out of my mouth, I wanted to put it back in my mouth.
So, why are we going to Mars? So we can figure out how to get stuff back to Earth from the asteroids.
So let's. Don't you think
we're not going to Mars to go to Mars? Is my point.
You know what? I think initially we are.
Hold on. We got 0 viewers. I'm going to go ahead and kill the stream.
Yeah,
but we can still talk.
Okay,
guys. If you are still there, it's 1:40. Go to bed,
dude. 5.5 hours. This is what you get for inviting me on after us not talking for months.
Hey, it's all good.
It's all good.
I do want to thank everybody that did come out and watch the show. I literally had a 5-minute warning that I was going to be going on tonight.
Oh, wow.
I posted it at 7:59. We went live at 8:05 with Reese.
And I know it's late, and I know you got new house rules, so it's kind of cool.
I got the go ahead from Donna.
Yeah,
we're cool. I'm not breaking anything. So
yeah, I didn't think you would be.
But yeah, I just wanted to thank everybody that did show up. At one point in time, I think I saw we had 8 people watching.
Very cool.
That's for only 5 minutes of and the regulars were here. So
nice.
I thank everybody. I want to take the time to say I think we might have something for this coming Wednesday. I got a text or a message on Discord. If y'all have any ideas in the future of topics for Wednesday nights, let me know. Yeah. I'm not going to be doing these every Saturday, but we'll do it occasionally. So, but for
if
that,
I can make it Wednesday, I will either on or in the chat, whatever. But I've got a client that's changing claim systems, and I've got to do a conversion, and I'm the only guy, and I got to get it done.
I understand.
It's like a 3-week project I got to do in like 3 days. So Wednesday is one of those 3 days.
Yeah.
Well,
again, thanks everybody. Until next time, we'll see you on the flip side.